Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you and officially welcome to the annual Coal Safe Conference. There are two ways that we traditionally open conferences in South Africa. The first is, hello, hello, kan julle my hoor? The second is how I'm going to start today. Hi, sorry, I'm late. Thank you for understanding. A little technical glitch at the back with registrations. We'll get you your lanyards as soon as possible. But really, welcome to Coal Safe 2024, safeguarding today while enabling a sustainable tomorrow. 73. That is the average lifespan of a human being today. In South Africa, it's 63. 10 years off the mark, which has got one or two little issues. Firstly, if you're 63 or older, you're living on borrowed time. Sorry to mention that. I know a couple of politicians who are living on borrowed time. The other thing about being 63 or older is the fact that the birth control pill celebrates its 63rd anniversary this year, which means if you're 63 or older, not only are you living on borrowed time, it means your parents possibly didn't want you. So just kind of putting it out there. Sorry to start with that kind of announcement. But as a medical doctor, I often find myself telling my patients, it doesn't matter how healthy you are, how you eat, drink, sleep, or exercise, if you're not being safe. If you drive without a seatbelt, you're not being safe. If you text while you drive, it doesn't matter how healthy you are, you're not going to live very long. I mean, our phones are becoming thinner and smarter. People, not so much. When it comes to long life, though, there was a lady that outlived everyone. The oldest documented lady ever to have lived was a lady called Jean-Louise Calment, died at the age of 122. Fascinating old lady. She grew up in France in a little town called Arles. She remembered the Eiffel Tower being erected. She remembered a mean old man coming to buy paint from her father, a man called Van Gogh. She rode a bike until the age of 100. She quit smoking at the age of 115. Felt it was becoming a habit. But on her 120th birthday, Jean-Louise, they had a very special celebration for her 2 years before she passed away, and she spoke and she said some fascinating things. She said, at 120, I realize I have no peer pressure, which, well, fair enough, we get that. She also had a lovely sense of humor, and she said, I've only got one wrinkle and I'm sitting on it, which was too much information. It's like, no. But then she said this, which was fascinating, and this is what pertains to Coal Safe. She said, if I could live my life over, I would trade a long life for a good life. Quality over quantity. And we do well to remember that. It's not about how long we live, it's how well we live. In Greek legend, there was a person called Tithonus who apparently went to the gods and asked for eternal life. To his delight, they granted him eternal life. And he was just blessed until he realized he'd forgotten to ask for eternal youth. And he just got older and older, and life was awful. Health span is what we want, not lifespan. And the health span average, or the average health span of human beings today is 63, lifespan 73. 10 years of not great years. And I share that with you, and how that relates to Coal Safe is quite simply, guys, you are all about lifespan and health span, which we as doctors aren't even doing. So I think that deserves a huge round of applause as we kick off the conference. Thank you for what you're doing to make the lives of so many South Africans safer. And I think while you're applauding, I'd love to extend a special word of thank you to our sponsors for today, our platinum sponsor, Exaro. All these tables in front, that's most of you guys. Thank you for what you've done for this conference. Let's give Exaro a big round of applause. Really appreciate that. Does it count if Exaro is actually whooping and yelling for themselves? I'm not sure, but be that as it may. So we have some other headline sponsors too. Please, a big thank you and welcome to the room too to JAE, to NAX, AECI, and Sariti. Also, lots of tables all in front. A big round of applause. Thank you so very, very much to our sponsors. A couple of house rules very quickly before we get into our conference. If you have a mobile phone, we'd love you to put that on silent. Please don't turn it off. We'd love you to post. We'd love you to kind of, in fact, the hashtag for your socials is CoalSafe2024. There'll be pictures and videos live on the website, so please check that out. In fact, there's a great little site where you can do YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook all in one place. X, Twitter, the site is called utwitface.com. So check it out. Very cool to use on a day like today. The other thing I'd love you to use your phones with or for is to do a survey. I'm going to ask you that throughout the day, but on your lanyard, for those of you that have lanyards, for those of you that don't, we'll get them to you through the course of the day, but there are QR codes on that lanyard. Please scan the QR code and give us a little bit of survey, your feeling on the program content, as well as the experience of the content. It's crazy that I have to say this at a safety conference, but if you like to smoke, yes, you can't do it here. All right, you need to go literally outside, down the hall, and then about 1.5 kilometers through Emperor's, to get outside into the parking lot. You can have a smoke there. There is no smoking section here. Remember way back when in this country when we had smoking sections in restaurants? I mean, really? It's like having a peeing section in a pool. It makes no sense. So anyway, no smoking sections here at all. Fresh air outside. In fact, I remember talking about fresh air. I had an old patient once, hard of hearing, lovely old lady, came to me with an airway disease. And I remember putting my stethoscope on her chest and saying, "Big breaths." And she looked at me with a sparkle in her eye and went, "Oh, my boy, they were once upon a time." I'm like, no. It's like one wrinkle and sitting on it. It's just too much. Bathrooms, guys, you can see restrooms on either side of the hall. You can access them behind the exhibition stands, so please do that. It sounds silly to say in a conference this size, but just be careful which restroom you go to. It has happened to me before, and I'm embarrassed to say this, but in a rush, went into the wrong bathroom and was literally caught red-handed by a lady who was aghast. She just looked at me and went, "This is for women only." And I panicked, and I looked down and went, "So is this, ma'am." And she just, it didn't get on well. So please don't put yourself in that position. I'm going to call up a representative from Emperor's Palace right now to do the safety briefing. Won't you give Shanae a big round of applause? Thank you, guys.
Good day, and welcome to the Emperor's Palace Convention Center, a Piermont resort. Before your function commences, please take note of the following safety tips that are designed to ensure your safety at all times. Should you require any assistance during your visit, please contact one of our Emperor's Palace floor managers who are located in the convention center at all times. This property is protected by an automatic smoke detection and fire sprinkler system. In the event of a fire, an alarm will sound and you are required to exit the building. Exit via the main entrance stairs or the nearest appropriate emergency exit into the parking lot and assemble at the designated emergency assembly point. Remain in your group and do not wander off. Should someone be missing, please notify one of the marshals as soon as possible. Do not return into the building until the all clear is given. In order to assist with any medical needs, we have a clinic on site which operates 24 hours a day and is staffed by medical professionals. Should you require medical assistance or if there is a medical emergency, please alert the floor manager and they will activate our medical emergency protocols. Alternatively, if you are not feeling well, please notify the floor manager and you will be escorted to our clinic so that our medical staff may tend to you. For security purposes, we ask you to look after your belongings and ensure that all phones, laptops and handbags are secured in your possession and not to leave any items unattended. If something is missing or misplaced, please inform the floor manager so that we may assist you in locating the item. We also have security guards stationed throughout the resort to ensure your safety. Please follow all security instructions given to you, as this is for your safety.
Thank you very much. It feels like I should also add, in the event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will fall from the ceiling. And actually, on that, did anyone here, and there's a lot of us in the room, did anyone here get a 10 Rand Fly Sapphire flight yesterday? Any of you get that special? No, that's crazy. I mean, I waited for I don't know how long. Ladies and gentlemen, today, not only are we going to recognize and celebrate the achievements and accomplishments within our mining community, but also remember those who are no longer with us. In the spirit of solidarity and remembrance, we honor the memory of our colleagues who've lost their lives in mining accidents. Their dedication and contributions to our industry will never be forgotten. I'd like to call on Murray Houston, the CEO of Glencore Coal South Africa, to lead us in honoring our fallen comrades. Thank you very much, Murray.
Good morning, everybody. How are you all? It's great to see. I mean, it's a huge auditorium and packed. So I think that's always a good start where an event like this is so well supported. And welcome. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All colleagues from our coal industry, honored guests, including the Chief Inspector and his team, organized labor and all of their representatives, the Minerals Council South Africa. Today we are gathered for our annual Coal Safe event. I'm humbled to address you all, and it's also fitting that we open the conference in honoring the memories of our fallen colleagues in the South African coal mining industry. I know I speak for all of us as we stand together, our hearts heavy, yet our spirits fortified with the resolve to remember and pay tribute to those who have made that ultimate sacrifice in the pursuit of their livelihoods. Every shift, every day, every week, and every month of every year, our colleagues come to work contributing their skills, dedicating themselves to mining the coal, an essential resource that's required both globally and here at home. It fuels our industries and powers our homes and does have a positive role to play in the world. It's a testament to the unwavering commitment to providing for their families, to contributing to all of our businesses, and to supporting our industry, as well as South Africa's economy. However, too many times we've witnessed the harsh reality of the mining industry, where accidents or disasters have claimed the lives of our colleagues. Zero harm remains our single-minded goal. Each loss of life, a stark and tragic reminder of the risks inherent in our profession, and a reminder that safety must always be paramount in everything that we do. Could I please ask you all to stand for a minute's silence as we remember our colleagues that have passed away, particularly in the last year, there are 8 of them since the last Coal Safe conference. Thank you. We should acknowledge the profound impact of their absence and recollect their presence, their humor, their camaraderie, their dedication. They are irreplaceable. During the last 10 years, the coal industry has suffered between 4 and 11 fatalities a year. We all know it isn't acceptable, and I know it's not what we all strive for in our businesses and in our daily efforts. So we must redouble our efforts to first and foremost take responsibility for our own safety, and for our immediate colleagues that we work with every day. We must improve safety standards, invest in better training and equipment, review and improve processes and procedures, learn from each other regarding best practices and safety innovation. And I know that that's live and well in our industry. And create a workplace where every coal employee will return home safely at the end of each and every shift. It's a moral imperative and a duty that we owe to those that have lost their lives. Please let us also just take a moment to honor the resilience and grief of the families and friends left behind, the spouses, children, parents, and siblings, and also colleagues and friends who must carry on in the face of their loss. As we pay tribute to our fallen colleagues, we must offer deepest condolences and unwavering support to families and friends. So in closing, let us remember and acknowledge the hard work and dedication that have brought relative success to all our efforts in the health and safety space. Our coal industry is a much safer place today than it has ever been. And that's testament and thanks to all of your efforts. However, our journey isn't over. Our goals not yet met. So let's continue our endeavors and honor the memory of those that have lost their lives. And during today's Coal Safe event, and more importantly, in our daily activities that we'll return to after today. We can do this by striving for excellence, upholding the highest standards of safety and professionalism, and by never forgetting those that have lost their lives. May they rest in peace. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Murray, as you light the lamp, significant that in a hall of over 1,000 people, you could hear a pin drop for that minute's silence, which just shows how seriously you take the vision of zero harm. Thank you. Murray Houston, CEO of Glencore Coal. Really appreciate your contribution. Hey, speaking of zero harm, again, sorry to tell you this, but sitting is the new smoking. Comes out of a study that compared smoking to sitting. For every cigarette you smoke, you shorten life expectancy by 11 minutes. For every hour you sit, you shorten life expectancy by 22 minutes. Sitting is the new smoking. So I'm going to ask you to stand as we sing the national anthem. Beyond Vocal is an a cappella group who's going to join us. We have a beautiful anthem, not only unique in its 5 languages, but one of the shortest anthems in the world. So won't you join Beyond Vocal on stage as we open with Nkosi Sikelelo.
Nkosi sikeleli Afrika maluphakanyisu phondo lwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo murena buluka sichaba sa Yesu uferise dintwali matswe yeho usibuluke sichaba sa Yesu sichaba sa South Africa, South Africa. A deep low found on say hemel, a deep depth found on sie, oro sieve. die Kranse Antwort hier. Sounds a call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Yeah. Beautiful anthem, beautiful voices. I feel a bit like Tinkerbell. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. In 1971, Disney World had its official opening in Florida. Walt Disney himself was not there to see it. He had passed away in 1965, but his wife was there. And at this large inauguration and opening, someone leaned over and said to Mrs. Disney, "Isn't it sad that Walt couldn't be here to see all of this?" To which Mrs. Disney famously said, "Sir, Walt did see this. That's why it's here." And I love that story because it speaks to the power of vision. And as we get into our conference, I'd like to call on stage now our SACMA president, Londolani Ramfumedzi, to share with us his vision for his year at the helm. Would you give him a big round of applause? Thank you, Londolani.
Ndi machero fellow South Africans, past presidents of the South African Colliery Managers Associations that are present today, fellow council members, CEOs and distinguished guests, and a special mention to Usis Nombasa, the CEO of Exaro, a company I'm proud to be part of, the Chief Inspector of Mines, Mr. David, a friend of CallSafe, VIP guests from different stakeholder groups, ladies and gentlemen. And just in case I might have forgotten someone, all protocol observed, then I guess we've covered everybody. A warm welcome to CallSafe 2024. A special welcome to those that are joining us online under the theme Safeguarding Today while enabling a sustainable tomorrow. Now, I tried to look back and consult those that came before us to try and understand what was the intent behind coming up with the CallSafe conference. Now, I'm very reluctant to give a specific year because I know some of the members in the group might quickly correct me if I say it was in 1990. So I'm going to play it safe and say CallSafe started somewhere in the late 80s, beginning 90s. And if you have any better intel, please let's compare notes during the break. Then you can tell me when exactly it started. But back then, when it started in the Krill Red Club, with about 50 or so people in attendance, there was a burning platform in the coal industry. Our health and safety performance was not improving as we wanted. We were still seeing serious incidents at the coalface. There was also a need to share best practice and learn from each other. The ambition of zero harm and sending every miner home safe has kept and grown CallSafe to this day. CallSafe strives to support the managers in office with the day-to-day challenges that they need to deal with. Today here, we are over 1,000 people, and had to turn people away this week because of capacity constraints. So definitely, Vice President, we need a bigger venue for 2025. And this is testament that the value and the impact that the conference has to this coal industry that we love and belong to. So, even though CoalSafe is a brainchild of SACMA supported with the sister association, it would have never been successful as it has without the support of the tripartite and all the different stakeholders. The role that the DMRE plays, led from the front by our Chief Inspector, organized labor, who are also represented here, and the support of the entire workforce, our principals and employers from the different mining houses and service providers that allow us the time to volunteer in these associations, our partners and exhibitors who have continually supported CoalSafe to make it the success that it is. So as SACMA, we are happy and we are proud of the CoalSafe brand and the different and impact it has in the coal mining industry. However, in 2024, our platform is still burning, comrades. And it can't be business as usual until every mine worker goes home safe. CoalSafe as a brand must continue to support the manager in office with the current realities that they face. Compliance to the health and safety standards, regulations, and procedures, our ability to concurrently rehab our operations with focus on mine closure, with the avoidance of ghost towns, how we manage our water resources and the surrounding ecosystems, our implementation of the SLP projects within the communities we operate, how we support and empower our SMMEs, the reduction of the carbon footprint in the operations that we lead and manage, the introduction of rapid technology advancement, and the use of AI, how it could impact in the daily lives of the manager in the office, the support and the well-being of the employees, and the mental health pressures that we face at work. Now, SACMA is still working hard to empower and support our managers in office through CoalSafe, but also through other forums that we participate in, like CoalTech, the 4GAP program. We form part of MREC, the Mine Rescue Services. We form part of the CTC Board, Mine Health and Safety Council, EXA, SAI, MOSH, Mine Water Coordinating Body. All of these forums, SACMA participates in, and to try and influence the direction with the ultimate goal of sustainable operations. Now, very briefly, coming from our 2024 Strat session, as Council, we agreed on 5 themes that we want to focus on in 2024. We agreed that we want to maintain the integrity and the professionalism of our mine managers in office, that the mine manager must take responsibility, that he does whatever he can to protect the health and safety of our employees. We agreed that we need to continue with regular stakeholder engagements, including the DMRE, who is one of our big stakeholders, both in the region and in the national office. We agreed that we want to improve and influence leading from the front in the health and safety conversation. We also agreed that knowledge sharing through communication, regional meetings, tech visits, social media presence is one of the things that we want to continue to send information out to our members so that they know exactly what's happening in the industry and how they can play their part in improving the lives of the people. These initiatives, together with everything else that we do as an association, is to empower our members so that they can appreciate the value of being an active member of the association. As managers in office, we get to grow through the association, network, be empowered to become better managers for the ultimate goal of operating safe and sustainable operations. As I come to the close, in December this year, we get to reflect as an industry on the achievements and progress against the health and safety milestones and how well we have done. We as an industry committed to eliminate coal workers' pneumoconiosis. Listen carefully. I think it's right. We agreed to eliminate silicosis, the reduction and prevention of TB, HIV and AIDS. We also agreed to eliminate noise-induced hearing loss. A lot of great work has been done to achieve these milestones, and I'm looking forward to the scorecard as we reflect come December. From today's session, I'm hoping you will take away some of the work that is happening in our industry to safeguard our current operations from the number of pressures that we face as an industry. You will hear from industry leaders of the work different mining houses and stakeholders are engaged on to create the tomorrow that we want for our industry and our children. Today you will get to hear from health or the lack thereof impact you as an individual will have and to those that are around you. We will also get to recognize the achievements over the past year of the hard work that has been happening at the Coal Safe. During the breaks, we will get an opportunity to network, catch up with colleagues and old friends. And I'm hoping today as well we'll get to have lots of fun and enjoy ourselves. And when you drive back, you will consider the time spent here well spent. Now, before I conclude with the Call for Hope projects, which we will show, that will demonstrate what we did with the monies that you entrusted us. I'm also looking forward to the pledges and contributions that we will make for the 2024 conference, which I'm certain it will be the highest collections that we've ever collected as Coal Safe. And not because I am the president, but because you can see the hard work and the difference that these projects we do in the communities are doing. A quick shout out. I'd like to give a shout out to Mr. Masia for his continued support in my role as president and the wider Exaro family. Whenever I go to the office and ask for any support with regards to SACMA, him from the front railing everyone, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate the support. A quick shout out to Chilizi from the Rwanda group. They've been supporting us now for 2 years to put this function together. Thank you very much. And also to the chairperson, Dolly, which you will see later on. Now, I'm not doing the vote of thanks. George, the vice president, will come through and he will do that part. I want to also encourage us colleagues that on the 29th of May, we go and exercise our democratic right to vote. Let us not sit and hope things will be better if we don't at least vote for the party we believe can make a difference. A quote credited to Edmund Burke, "The only thing necessary for triumph of evil is for good men and women to do nothing." I know we don't want to talk politics, we just distance ourselves, but at least on the 29th, let us go and vote. And if not for anything else, let us go and vote for the sake of all the Tintswalos who are out there. As we conclude with the Coal Safe projects, you will remember in 2022, we pledged and raised money for the Polar projects, the Vukani Youth Printing and Sakisizwe Printing. In a moment, we are going to show you a video of the great work that has happened and the impact that that has done in the communities. And again, in 2023, we pledged R500,000 towards the projects in Doornkop, the Mampina Children's Project. Our past president, Mr. Gwata, After we have showed the video, we'll come through and present the check to the beneficiaries. For 2024, we are going to raise the highest amount of money we have ever raised in support of the agricultural project in the Makazeni area. The Pumlani Agri-Village Food Garden is the project that we will be supporting. The village is as a result of 32 households that were relocated due to mining activities in the Makazeni municipality. It is a community of just over 300 people. They have been registered under the Communal Property Association Act and established and administered by the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. The CPA has elected a committee of 7 members that form part of the CPA for the agri-village. Now, the food garden program was established to meet the following objectives: skills development, which offers a CETA accredited qualification, social capital, food security, and creating income avenues. The money that will be required will be for seeding tunnels so that they can minimize their operational costs. They will need an additional tunnel to produce the crops, a compost and wormery area, and a couple of other things. A project of this nature lives long after the mines have closed and can contribute to create jobs and food security. So let's please support this worthwhile project. We are now going to play the video of the 2022 beneficiaries. And at the end of the video, Past President Mr. Gwata, please come through to the stage. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Good day, CoalSafe delegates. We'd like to extend our deepest gratitude towards your continued support year on year on CoalSafe and the Call for Hope initiatives. Through your generous contributions, we have been able to make a significant positive impact to the lives of many in the communities where our mines operate. From the optimum miners in 2019 to the local SMMEs who were impacted by the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, to the Langaletu brick-making project in Clarinet at Emalahleni, your contributions have been able to make a positive impact in the lives of these individual entities. I am particularly excited about last year's beneficiaries, the Vugani Youth Printers and the Sakisizwe Women's Sewing Project. I am inspired by their passion and their drive to change the lives of the youth and women at Orchis Town.
It's really exciting to be here as one of the citizens of Paula, Orchis and the greater Emalahleni. It's exciting to hand over something ezoyenza a difference in the community that we operate in, and it's going to create an industry that you don't often find in our small communities. We really look forward to the work ezoyenziwa Vugani Printers as well as the Sakisizwe.
I think a Call for Hope is one of my proudest things that we do as SACMA, because it extends far beyond what each of us as the individual minds can do. So for me, this is one of my proudest projects that we've done. I feel that we are making a difference in people's lives. I have full faith in the team that we are handing over to.
We started sewing in 2002 when I arrived in Paula. We have our students about 3. Siyabonga kakhulu umsebenzi wenu ensenzele wona. We are humbled. But what you are doing after 20 years, sizama ukuthola lento singayitholi. Leli yifa labantwana basePaula.
On behalf of youth, we like to say, this is wow. We're gonna excel in our job. So I'm proud of myself, I'm proud of the team. One thing I know about Youth Asekas, we do have lezinto. It's just that we don't know who to talk to. So if abosakma bakhona nabanye ababalile, we thank you guys. Ukuthi ningapheli ukusivakashela. This is our time, guys. We will change Paula. One thing I know about us at Paula is that the talent is there.
We are very humbled today to be a part of this event,
I would like to thank SACMA as the mother body and other associations. I would like to thank Saki Sizwe and Vugani Printers for also allowing us to be a part and collaborate with you guys, because without you, we wouldn't have people to hand over to. From here, there's also other projects that we'll be sponsoring going forward.
All the best to the recipient. Congratulations, and let's continue to make a difference in the communities.
In closing, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Akwande lapho nithathe khona. Together, with your generous contributions, we can make a difference, one life at a time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we have a representative to receive the check? I think that's what's about to happen. Why don't you give them a big round of applause? I think it's wonderful work that gets done in the community. Thank you, Raymond. Guys, thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you for what you guys are doing. It's amazing. Go for
it. Good morning, colleagues. I'm not going to go through the protocols. The President has just done that for us. I stand here and I would like to say thank you very much. CallSafe 2023. I did stand up in here and ask for donations, which we got positive response. The money which has been pledged, or the money which has been paid through, is going to assist in the building of the Amapimbane project. The project, just to remind us, for those who were not in here last year, the project is a building project. It's a building construction. So the project aims to look after children. There are children who live in Dronkop. They go to school. Some of them go hungry. They come back, at least they've got a meal. So after the meal, they then get supervised homeworks up until the parents take them around 4 o'clock. So to that, I would like to thank Dr. Mtombeni and Ms. Mtombeni, the directors of the Mapimbana Children's Project, for spearheading that project in Dronkop. Just a brief background. Dr. Mtombeni worked most of his life as a medical doctor in the US. He came back home and saw the need to basically establish a facility which he can give back to the community. So maybe, without not talking for him briefly, you can just briefly tell us about the project, and then we hand over the check to them.
I was just telling the doctor over here that after he has spoken, I wouldn't like to come after him. Yeah. It's very good. Thank you so very, very much in advance. My wife and I came back at the end of 2010. And then in 2011, we visited this area called Doornkop, and we just so happened to visit a lady who is the volunteer social worker in the village. It was still at the height of HIV, and then she told us about many families where a child was head of household because the parents had died. Then she told us that many of these children go to bed hungry. They depended only on one meal that they got at school in the morning, and they'd have to wait until the following morning to have another meal. Now, a granddaughter came over to visit. She was about 9 years old, and she was a lot taller than those 11-year-olds that she was among because of malnutrition. Oh, we started this program. We spoke to the grandparents. We thought that 20 children would show up the first day, but 50 children showed up the first day, 70 the following day. And right now, we're feeding 200 children 6 days a week, and we realized that their grandparents also go hungry. So we started feeding the grandparents too. So we're extremely thankful then for this help that we're going to receive to grow this program. Now, I shouldn't go on too long, but we've had some success. Some of the children that we started with right from the beginning are now in university at this time.
For those of you who can't see from the back, there is an amount of 499,000 rand, 499,250 rand. I think it was 500,000, but obviously 750 rand for printing would have been there. Doc, to you and your wife, can I just say it's really easy to say things. It's a lot harder to do things. Thank you for what you're doing in the community. Let's give our couple a huge round of applause. Wow. And then to Londolani, Mr. President, thank you so much for your words. I'm not sure how many of you know this, but Londolani is the father of 3 daughters, which means the last 15 minutes was the longest period he's been able to speak without interruption in his life. So, love it. Just to add on to what he was saying about Coal for Hope, if you'd like to donate, and I really encourage you to do that, you can make your donations at the SACMA stand. That's stand number 7. It's to my left, to your right, towards the back of the room. You can use credit cards, a speed point tap, cash if you have. We prefer not, but please do pledge, and let's see if we can, as our president encourages us, give even more this year than we have in the past. The soos trappe van vergelyking. Do you remember that from matric? Goed, beter, beste. Jy weet, lekker, lekkerder, lekkerste. Maller, malema. You know. Sorry, we're not going to get political. I mentioned that. The president said, let's not even go there, so we won't. I thought about how to introduce our next speaker, and here's the story, and I'll tell you how it relates. For those of you who most of you would have heard of Sherlock Holmes. I'm not sure how many of you know that Sherlock Holmes was actually the character was based on a doctor. So the author of Sherlock Holmes, Arthur Conan Doyle, was a medical doctor himself, studied in Edinburgh University, and he tells a story of when his character was born, Sherlock Holmes. He was in a ward round with a professor, Professor Joseph Bell, and with a bunch of other medical students. And a woman walks into this ward round, unknown to the professor, and just says, "Good morning." The professor pauses, looks at her and says, "How was your ferry crossing from Burnt Island?" She says, "It was fine, thank you." And then he says, "Where's your other child?" She says, "Oh, I left my other child with my sister in Leith." And then he says, "Did you take a shortcut to the hospital through the botanical gardens?" She says, "I did." And he says, "And how's work at the linoleum factory?" She goes, "It's fine, thank you." And then this professor turns to his students, Arthur Conan Doyle among them, and he says, "You see, when she said good morning, I recognized her Fife accent. And the closest crossing from Fife is via Burnt Island. Then I noticed the pram that she had was too small for the child she was with, so there must be another child. Then if you look at the soles of the shoes of her feet, they're covered in thick red clay that you don't find within 100 miles of Edinburgh, except in the botanical gardens. And if you look really closely," he said, "you'll see she's got a dermatitis on her fingers, which is typical of linoleum factory workers." And Arthur Conan Doyle, medical students, said Sherlock Holmes was born. Hey, the observant detective. How's that going to introduce our next speaker? Well, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome to the stage the Sherlock Holmes of the mining industry, the Chief Inspector of Mines. David Msiza, won't you give him a big round of applause since 2010? Mr. Sherlock Holmes himself.
That's a wow moment for me, I must say. Thank you, Program Director. I think it's also important for me to start off with acknowledgements, including yourself, Dr. Mo, all the CEOs of mining companies who are here, the executive management, mine managers, all line management who are here. We'd like to acknowledge your presence. I would also like to acknowledge all the organized labor leadership who's in attendance today, and also my colleagues from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. I'm standing here not only representing themselves, but also representing the department, my colleagues from the Mine Health and Safety Council and the MQA who are also here. The mine workers who are in attendance, we are meeting today after the 1st of May, which was the commemoration of all workers. I always say that the workers, more specifically the mine workers, they play a significant role in our economy, and they sacrifice a lot for our economy to grow. So I would like to commend also the growing contribution that they make in our lives, including in our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning once again. First of all, I would like to thank SACMA, CoalSafe, and the coal sector for always inviting us as a department. I regard the mining sector, more specifically the coal sector, as my home, because the mining sector gave birth to my career, not only my career, to our career. It feeds me, it feeds us, and it sustains our lives, and it also contributes significantly to our economy, to the affected communities that the SACMA president also highlighted. And I also like to acknowledge the great work that you do through you, SACMA president. So, as regard the mining sector as my family, you are my family. We are a family. So if we are a family, health and safety is very, very important for us as a family. So we have to continuously guard and protect the health and safety of the mine workers. I think it's very, very important for us not to to understand that the health and safety of the mine workers is very, very important. Now, in terms of my speech today, the presentation outline is as indicated on the screen. I'll introduce the presentation. I'll also cover some occupational hygiene exposure levels, the diseases trends that we keep, the occupational safety performance, and some of the key focus areas that we believe that as a sector we must work together on, and I'll conclude. As an introduction, we as a department, we continue to put emphasis on the foremost importance of the prevention of harm to the mine workers and other people affected by mining, because there are people affected by mining, can be family members, it can be community members in close proximity to the mine. So their health and safety is also of utmost importance to us. And also, I'll also like to take this opportunity to express our sincere condolences to the families and loved ones of the mine workers who lost their lives in their sector. You know, one of the most painful thing that we have to experience, and a difficult thing that we'll have to experience in the work that we do, is to engage with the family members who's lost a loved one. Last year, on the 6th of December, we've attended the memorial service of the mine workers who lost their lives at Impala, Leven Shaft. Colleagues, I can't express the pain that they go through, and obviously for us to also to experience that. So the health and safety, we should not only talk about it, we should be about it. I think for us it's very, very important. So as a department, we'll continue working together with the sector to ensure that that goal of zero harm is ultimately achieved, as the President has clearly indicated earlier. Now, this is a colorful slide, but we always talk on health matters. It shows the coal sector airborne pollutants exposures almost in the since 2013. I'll only focus on the bottom part of that slide, which is the HEC A exposures. In other words, the overexposures to airborne pollutants. There has been some improvement, if you can clearly see, towards 2022. However, we are greatly worried that mine workers are still overexposed to coal dust, and we believe that it's very important that we work together in dealing with it. In fact, we've been saying to our regional office, it's very important that we engage with mine management and organized labor to ensure that the overexposures is minimized and eliminated. What is encouraging with the noise exposures, you can clearly see on the same slide that since 2019, we've seen a significant drop in overexposures. And it's because of the measures and interventions that the sector has put in place to improve. And we'd like to commend the sector in this regard. The slide shows the total occupational diseases by commodity. The blue line indicates the total for the sector, and the green bars shows the coal sector. Now you can clearly see that since 2013, there's been a decrease in terms of occupational diseases reported by the sector from about 6,810 to the lowest of about 1.9 in 2021. Similarly, we've seen a reduction with the coal sector from 671 in 2013 to 181 in 2021. So I think we've put a lot of effort as this sector to ensure that there's a significant reduction. Now you'll see that from 2020, there's an indication that there's been some plateau, and we believe it's because of the impact of COVID. When COVID came about, we all focused on the mitigation interventions on COVID. So since then, we've been putting more attention on occupational health related matters. And I think for us, it's very, very important that we continue doing that. The President also spoke about silicosis. It's one of the key areas that is important for all of us. Similarly, this slide shows for the entire sector and also the coal sector in the orange line. You can clearly see that there's been significant improvement in terms of silicosis from 2015 to 2020. So similarly, overall, there's been a significant reduction in the sector in terms of the silicosis cases that have been reported. In terms of pulmonary TB, it's the same trends overall for all the mines, although the significant improvement has been seen from 2019 with the coal mines. I think for us it's commendable that we've also put a lot of attention on TB-related matters in the sector. President spoke about the coal workers' pneumoconiosis. Similarly, we are seeing an improvement in terms of the cases that have been reported, more specifically between 2018 and 2021. Now, in 2022, you'll see that there's been a significant increase, in fact, a sharp increase. what caused this is through our inspections and audits, we've identified one of the mines in the KZN area that have not been reporting in terms of the legal provisions, the cases. So that's why there were about 67 cases that were not reported over time. So that's why you see the high numbers in 2022. But I think it's also encouraging that the numbers have been coming down. We also have requested the sector to report to the department on the deaths due to work-related diseases, because normally we reported deaths relating to accidents. So for us, it was very important to also look at that. So the mines started to report in 2019. You can clearly see that there's been a significant drop also in terms of those cases that have been reported. From 2019 to 2022, you'll be surprised why are we not including 2023 figures for health. It's because of the annual medical reports are reported by February of the following year. However, we'll forever also share the information once we also do receive it. But also it's encouraging that we didn't have any cases reported for the coal sector in 2022. Noise-induced hearing loss as well cases. There has been a downward trend, especially with the coal mines in orange, as indicated on the slide. We've agreed through the Mine Health and Safety Council with all stakeholders that we know that we promote occupational health and safety, but we've agreed that it's very important to also to look at public health matters. So I've been requesting the mining companies to also report the non-communicable diseases so that we should be responding to them effectively. Now you can clearly see that this slide shows the diseases reported between 2021 and 2022. 2022, there's been 105,000 about cases reported by the entire sector versus 98,000 the previous year. For the coal sector, there's been 18,000 reported in 2022 versus 16,800 in 2021. I mean, these are high cases, right? Mainly the cases are on cardiovascular diseases, endocrine and metabolic system disorders, including chronic respiratory diseases as well. So we encourage the sector not to only focus on occupational health matters, but also focus on the other diseases that we call lifestyle diseases. And then I'll also demonstrate further why we encourage the sector to do that. And basically the marking indicates the increases that I've alluded to and the decreases as well. Now, these are the natural deaths that the sector have also been reporting, including the coal sector in orange. You can clearly see that there's been a decrease between 2020 and 2022 overall in the sector. But you can clearly see that the number of people who lose their lives because of other related matters are extremely high. So I think it calls for us to also to put a lot of effort on the overall well-being of the mine worker so that we can have a significant reduction in these numbers as well. We also, the sector report on TB programs. We would like to commend the sector, more specifically the coal sector, in continuing with the programs and interventions that you've put in place. Now, to sum up this slide, it basically says that we've screened about 95% of the total workforce, and we had about 135 TB cases reported, and all of them are on treatment. I think that's what this slide is basically saying. Similarly, with HIV, counseling and testing, the sector is continuing with the programs. But this slide basically says that about 73% of the coal sector workforce have been cancelled, and about 59% have been tested. And the HIV positive cases about 2.7%, which dropped from about 3.5% the other year. But for us, there is some slight concern because we've agreed on the 90-90-90 principle. In other words, 90% of counseling, 90% of testing, and 90% of treatment. So we'd like to encourage the sector as well to really make sure that we improve in this regard. Now, coming to fatalities, for last year compared to 2022, there's been a slight regression. If you can recall, 2022 was the safest year in terms of the fatalities. However, we had a slight regression last year, mainly because of the Impala accident that I referred to. That happened on the 28th of November last year. Now, there's generally been a regression across all the subsectors, bar the other sector, which had a 40% improvement on fatalities. So, indeed, this indicates that we have not arrived in terms of safety. And we normally show numbers, but we normally also say that behind numbers, you must understand their lives behind these numbers. I think it's very, very important that we must appreciate that. It's not about numbers, it's about also the loved ones. So hence it's very important that as a coal family, as a mining family, we must make sure that we protect the lives of our family members. And this slide shows the fatal accidents by commodity. For me, what is encouraging and why we would like to show this slide is that although there's been a slight increase in the fatalities, but it's encouraging that the fatal accidents, they've been improving overall. So there's been a 20% reduction overall with the fatal accidents, mainly with the platinum sector and the other sector. However, the coal sector there's been 17% reduction, regression. So I think we'll have to also look at that. This slide is very busy, but it's also important. It basically, we've agreed in 2003 that as a sector, we must compare ourselves with the best performing countries in the world, even though we have a complex mining sector with some of the deepest mines being here. But it was very important for us to take that decision so that it drives us to improve. Now, South Africa on this slide is indicated in the dotted green, Australia with orange, and the USA in gray. That is for the coal sector. Now, for me, this slide is encouraging. Basically, it says now that we are now comparing favorably in terms of fatality rates, right? With some of the best performing, or at that time, that we've regarded as the best performing countries in the world. So I think it's very important for us to continue on this trajectory so that we achieve that goal of zero harm. This is also a colorful slide, but it indicates the major contributors of fatalities in the coal sector more specifically. Mainly it has been transport-related accidents, the general accidents, and the fall of ground accident. Now, if you look at the far right of the slide, you can clearly see that there's been some reduction between 2022 and 2023 on the fall of ground. However, there's been some plateau as well, including the transport accidents. Now, we came up with the PDS legislation in 2022, and because of that legislation, we've seen a 60% reduction overall in terms of the transport-related fatalities. We continue to engage with the sector to promote and implement the PDS system because we believe that is very, very important that we do that to improve health and safety. I was talking to Mike regarding the slide earlier, and we like to show it because it shows where we come from as a sector. Now, this slide shows the frequency of disaster accidents since 1980, by decade specifically. Now, you'll see the first decade between 1980 and 1989, overall, there's been 48 disasters that occurred in the sector, right? The next decade, it shot up, basically it doubled almost to 91. Then there was a significant reduction to 21. Thereafter, there was 9 accidents that were reported. Now, in the last 4 years or so, there was only 1 accident that was reported, which was the Impala accident. So, for us, it's commendable for the sector that we've put a lot of effort in making sure that we minimize the number of disasters. At one stage, specifically, what this slide is saying, at one stage, almost every month, we used to have a disaster reported by the sector. And the major contributors of disasters have been rock bursts, explosions, fires, shafts, rock falls, and the others as well. Now, one of the learnings that we've picked up preliminary from the Impala accident is that the last similar accident that we've experienced was in 1995, the Vaal Reef disaster, where so many people were involved. I think there was 104 people involved. With the Impala accident, there's been 86 people who were in that cage. You can imagine what they went through, what that accident when that accident happened. So this slide basically, and that accident, it says to us, we have not yet arrived. Now, as a coal sector, in the past, our biggest hazard or risk has been explosions and underground fires. So we like to implore on the coal sector to say, let's continue to be vigilant. Let's not be complacent on these major causes of these disasters, because it can happen anyway if we are not if we are complacent. So I think for me it's encouraging that there's been a significant improvement also on the disasters themselves. Now, the recent fatalities for this year up to the 6th of May, in other words, up to Monday, we had 11% improvement, mainly with the coal sector, about 42%, and the others, as you can clearly see, including the coal sector, we've seen regrettably some regression. Injuries as well, we see improvement overall this year, with overall 13%, and the coal sector 28%. Now, the key focus areas for us, and I believe for the sector, should continue to be the eradication of loss of life in the sector. It's very painful to experience loss of life. It can be within your family, even within the sector as well. So I think let's work together to ensure that we eliminate loss of life in the sector. We eliminate injuries, and we eliminate diseases. We believe that there's an opportunity for us to improve significantly on health and safety if we manage change very well. I think it's one of the things that we spoke about with Brian Mike at one stage. In fact, he was saying to me, I think it was 2022, was it 2022 December, Babuteke, when we met, when Serit had 6 fatalities at that time, So one of the things that we were emphasizing on, including himself, was if we don't manage change very well, we will have unfavorable outcomes on safety. I'll make a few examples. Now, last year, one of the reasons why we had some form of regression last year, it was the significant increase in the fatalities in the gold sector. Now, the gold price increased significantly from an average of about 1.7, I think the previous year, to currently about $2.4 per ounce, right? Now, what we've picked up is that at that time, because obviously it's unexpected, there's been a push to take advantage of this favorable change that we're experiencing. But unfortunately, we believe that we should have put more effort on how we mitigate the impact of this, or the unfavorable one. It's positive that the commodity price is favorable, but we must make sure that as it happens, we manage that change better. I think that is very, very important for us. And I think this is what we are saying, that it can be on the management structure, it can be the inclusion of new technology, anything that changes. It can be, one of the things that we are worried about recently is the issue of the job losses as a department, right? And as you know very well that if people faces the risk of losing their jobs, the morale drops significantly. And if you don't manage that change, then safety suffers, right? So I think it's very important that we come up with programs. So through the Mine Health and Safety Council, we've agreed that we'll come up with a guideline to assist the sector to focus better, not only on technical matters, but only on managing change or change management. I think we implore on the sector to do the same, to focus on how we manage change better. Thirdly, on that slide, we've agreed to the council that, and in fact it's one of our milestones, that we must continue with timely adoption of leading practice and technology. And I've indicated that when we've agreed with the council to promulgate the legislation on PDS systems, we've seen a significant drop on transport-related fatalities. So we see that as an opportunity. We believe that 4IR has also presented an opportunity for us as the sector. And some of the mines are implementing some of these principles. So we've agreed also at the council that we have to review our legislation such that it responds accordingly, including digitization. As you know, historically we've been keeping records in the sector. It can be shift boss, logbooks, any form of records, and it's in the law, all right? But mines have moved with the times, and now through digitization, they keep these records electronically. There's also an issue of AI that we said that we'll also have to look at through the Mine Health and Safety Council. So it's work that we are doing, including at the MQA as well. And I think the culture on health and safety is also key. I think there's a framework that we came up with, so let's ensure that we improve on that and we implement that. Women in mining, currently I think there's about 70,000 women employed overall in the mining sector. Our greatest concern is there's been not a significant improvement in terms of the health and safety in women in mining. So through the Mine Health and Safety Council, we come up with programs. We'll have an in-depth, I think, in the August period, where we say what more can we do to improve on these challenges that we face, including the issues of GBV. We are finalizing the issue of a guidance note to assist the sector to deal with it. On the next point there, I think there was one of the colleagues highlighted the concerns regarding logistics in this country and the impact that it has on the business of doing mining, especially with the coal mines and iron mines, or mines that produce, that depend mainly on rail to transport their minerals. So one of the colleagues was saying to me, at one stage we were transporting about 70% of mining equipment, minerals on rail. Currently, we are transporting the same 70% on the road. Now, we travel on the same roads. About 3 weeks ago in Limpopo, there were 8 people who lost their lives when a bus collided with a truck. Last year, September, there were about 20 people who lost their lives in Musina when a bus carrying mine workers collided with a truck. So we are also encouraging the sector, and we are also like to commend the Minerals Council, because we have said, let's come up with minimum standards. We know provisional roads are not a mine, but let's just come up with minimum standards on how we can mitigate this significant risk that we are dealing with. And through the same council as well, we are also looking at a guideline to assist the sector to minimize these accidents. The last one point on this slide as well, one of the key things that we've been greatly concerned, and I think the sector has been concerned about, is the issue of the certificate of competency. We've been greatly concerned about the administration part thereof, including the delays that comes with that. So we are working together with the various commissions, including the Engineering Commission and the Mine Managers Commission, to improve on that. But just to labor on this issue, the engineering exams that are going to sit for June, we've received about 250 applications from the sector, candidates who want to participate, or applicants who want to participate in that. Only 98 of those really met the minimum requirement. So that put a lot of pressure on the department, because we'll need the resources to go through these applications to ensure that, they comply with the law. So we'd like to implore on the sector to also to assist us in the preparation of the applicants for applying, and also the exams as well, because we are also worried about the low pass rate of all these certificates that we are. I mean, at one stage we were looking at the mine managers, it was about 20% pass rate. The mine surveyors one, it was about 1% pass rate, which is ridiculous, right? So to speak. And I'm saying this respectfully, because we all went through these exams, and we know how frustrating it can be if you don't pass, and we need the certificates for the sector. So we are working together with the commissions, the sector, and the institutes of higher learning to also improve on this. So, but we'd like to implore, especially the mine managers who are here, the engineers who are here, the survey managers who are here, please have clear programs for these learners. We were once learners as well. So let's support them accordingly and put clear programs for them to also to ensure that they don't get frustrated with the pass rate. So I think we'll continue working together with yourself. Lastly, on the screen, the president of SACMA spoke about it earlier. We've agreed on the mine health and safety tripartite milestones in 2003. We'll be holding a summit later this year to reflect on the progress that has been made on those milestones, and what more can we do to improve on health and safety moving forward. In conclusion, I've shown you a lot of numbers. What I'm imploring on all of us to embrace the fact that ultimately, as a mining sector, we are a family, and we must regard the mine workers as our own family members. So whatever actions, whatever programs that we put in place should assist us in making sure that we achieve the goal of zero harm. We as a department will continue working together with the sector, and we believe, because we cannot do it alone, we have to continue working together with the sector, including organized labor, to ensure that the goal of zero harm is ultimately achieved. Now, as I close, once again, SACMA President, SACMA Coal Safe, you are my family. I would like to once again thank you for the opportunity that you afford us to come and engage with yourself and address you. So thank you, we highly appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Msiza. I have a gift for you. Appreciate you addressing us, Sherlock Holmes. Thank you. Loved your comment about family, and let's give our Chief Inspector of Mines, another round of applause. I loved your comment about family. It's true. They say success is relative. The more success you have, the more relatives tend to turn up. Isn't that the truth? They also say behind every successful man is a very surprised mother-in-law. Yeah, it's true. I have one. She's a travel agent, but a travel agent for guilt trips. Yeah, I'm on one at the moment. It started with, we got into a bit of a tiff, and she said something like, "You don't even know what my favorite flower is." And I didn't, but I probably shouldn't have said, "Is it self-raising, Mom?" Because that's just, I'm not getting into the family now. 1995 was the last time the late Queen visited South Africa. I remember because during one of these sort of drive and wave, I'll never forget someone close to me jumping up and down in excitement, shouting, "Hi Queenie, hi Queenie." And his friend says to him, "You can't call the Queen Queenie, she has a title." said, really? What do you call her? She said, you refer to the Queen as Your Highness. To which his mate said, that's amazing, because my brother is also called Johannes, and he's also a queen. You know, it's just like, well, I remember that, I don't know. But I'm telling you that story because I'd like to introduce you, or rather welcome to the stage, to the queen of the mining industry. She has numerous awards and accolades, Woman of the Year Award, Pan-African Awards for Africa's Most Influential Woman in Business. In 2023, she was awarded the Gender Icon Award, an award for being a pioneer in transforming the mining industry. She's the CEO of Exxaro, the Vice President of the Minerals Council of South Africa, the Deputy Chairperson of the Energy Council of South Africa, and she's an avid long-distance runner, having done 9 Comrades marathons, which means this lady has got grit. Ladies and gentlemen, the queen of the mining industry, Dr. Nombasa Tsengwa. Won't you give her a big round of applause?
The past 30 years of South Africa's democratic era have seen significant strides in the mining industry towards zero harm. The concerted efforts by the Minerals Council, mining companies, labor representatives, and the government bodies have undeniably led to sustainable improvements in mining safety. Exxaro's journey to zero harm is underpinned by our proactive safety initiatives and rigorous enforcement of safety protocols. Our dedication is exemplified by the Khetha Ukuphepha campaign, a cornerstone of our safety strategy designed to cultivate a culture of safety across all operations. These efforts are crucial in ensuring that the sacrifices of our fallen heroes are not in vain, honoring their legacy through our steadfast commitment to safety.
La Exxaro lana ngafika ngo-2006. So long ngisebenza ngokuphepha kude ingozi yangivelela.
Kwezokuphepha ke hayi siyacophelela. Ukuphepha phambili amalahle emuva.
If we get to the root cause of each incident, think about it. We know what is hurting us. And that is why Khetha Ukuphepha in Exxaro, because every incident counts every day.
Leadership starts with us. It's about inspiring self-leadership. From the ground up, our leaders are empowered to make decisions that align with our mission of sustainability and safety. Zero harm is about ownership and accountability. It's every Exxaro employee taking personal responsibility to ensure that their actions contribute to a safe, productive, and sustainable future. We are committed to reducing our carbon footprint, aiming for carbon neutrality by 2050 and protecting the planet for future generations. This is our commitment, woven into the fabric of every decision we make, ensuring that our legacy is not only what we extract, but what we give back, leaving the world better than we found it. Together, we are shaping a sustainable future, leading with integrity and innovation. We're not just mining minerals, we're powering possibilities.
Niketani Ukuphepha. Niketani Ukuphepha. We #7
bathi sisumba malahle sisumba malahle stimela.
We focus our effort on developing unique expertise to set ourselves apart, because we think that we have no value when we practice or know things that everybody else knows or does. We reject the simple stuff to make sure that we are so unique and we outsmart others. We ignore that, or we miss the fact that in simple things and also in basic solutions, there's great value. Because these solutions that are much simpler, that are much basic, help us prevent complex problems. A very good morning, ladies and gents, colleagues, and everybody else is in the room. I know there are very important people in this room, and I really don't want to miss a single one of you. Hence, I'm going to say all protocol observed. And really, I'm not mistaken in terms of who has invited me, because I also know that this room has got the office bearers of SACMA. And I've got a story to tell about, my reaction the first time in this industry to this organization, which is actually different from how I relate to SACMA today. So when I joined this industry in 2003, I was coming as, from government. I was an official. I knew very little about mining. All I knew was that, especially from the department that I was coming from, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, at that time, all I knew was that this is a destructive sector. I had a serious attitude towards mining because in that department, I was sitting more on the environmental side. I was one of the people who developed legislation, and we had this in our mind that, our first target is going to be this very destructive sector. Least did I know that I was going to be employed by this sector in 2003, and was responsible, actually, to be the one who respond to the legal changes that were effected by myself and my colleagues. So, and really, here I am sitting in the same sector as yourself, which brings us together today. And I stand in front of you, as you've heard me being introduced, as one of the office bearers of the Minerals Council of South Africa, the Deputy Chair of the Energy Council, and last but not least, the CEO of the best company to work for called Exxaro Resources. And you know what, probably we are maybe we are too gung-ho in Exxaro, because we believe that we are actually working, or we are in the best place under the sun. But I tell you all of this, that I'm this, and you may be wondering, why is she telling us who she is? Because we can read this in social media. We actually can read in the newspapers who she is and what she does. What you probably don't read about is the fact that the day I was appointed CEO, 18 months ago, I was also given a responsibility to be the Chief Safety Officer of Exxaro, where the board holds me directly accountable for safety in the organization. And the fact that safety starts from where I am, in terms of accountability, to the last person standing on the floor. Delegating safety in Exxaro is not allowed. That's a non-negotiable. Safety is for leaders. And everyone is perceived as a leader, so is the CEO as well. So when I got my first invitation, it was somewhere maybe 2004, somewhere there, 2003, to come to SACMA. And there were many activities that were going on at the time. And I looked at the invitation, it said the dress code is a button-down shirt, khaki pants, and a blazer. And descriptions around it. I didn't say anything about a dress, a skirt, anything that I could relate to that I used to wear. And I did not come to an organization or attend an organization where I don't even have clothes to wear to come to. That's really a sign of the times when some of us joined this industry. And the fact that the way we thought about this industry, we really did not imagine that there were women or there will be women. But look at us today and how representative this sector is. I really want us to give ourselves a round of applause for that. So really, when I was invited to come and speak, I had to think about what is it that I'm going to say. And remember what I said in my opening, we tend to look for things that are so complicated. We want to say things that are different from what others are saying. Because we want to be unique, we want to be outstanding, and outsmart others. We will never learn if that's how we want to drive the businesses that we run, but particularly safety, because we've got to share. So I thought that I'm going to talk about our experience as Exxaro in terms of the achievement that most of you know, that we had run our operations from 2017 to 2022, which is 5 years without a fatal accident, which I think was a very great achievement. And I'll talk a little bit about, how did we get there? And reflect again in when we look at ourselves a year ago. We look at ourselves a year ago with so much pain. Because in 2022, we lost a colleague, Matthew Muwanalo, who worked at Belfast Mine. You probably might have seen that accident. And this accident set us back a good 5 years of good production, of clean production, without a drop of blood. And for you to imagine how this felt, I think Mr. Msiza mentioned how we felt when we lost 13 individuals collectively as an industry at Impala. That sent chills up our spines. We became very sad. We did not know what to say. And you may ask and say, look, you had one soul that you've lost. They had 13, but a life is a life too many. One accident for us is as bad as many. And we were also very saddened as an organization to say, when did we lose this? Where did we go wrong? Because we had this wonderful stretch. And I remember, as the head of the operations at the time, going all over these operations, because leaders in Exxaro are tasked to manage safety and own it. So I could feel in those 5 years the culture of safety was alive in our organization. But coming to the COVID time and into 2022, we could feel that we lost momentum. We started experiencing those high potential incidents. And we were not quite using our leading indicators that were coming from our VFLs. And once that happened and nobody notices, then you get the incident that we experienced on the 15th of August, where we lost our colleague at Belfast. And if you reflect back as well to say, what has been really helping us, holding us, to have this culture of safety in the way that we did, and we could really reflect on the 5 keys. And I'll tell you where these 5 keys came from. Because oftentimes, we have a lot of clutter on safety. You just need to go to a section or to an organization or where we operate. There's a lot of messages on the billboards, on the notice boards, on the TV screens everywhere. We're saying a lot about safety. There are many things we're doing. We're busy. And we overwhelm people. Lots of clutter. So we had to think about this when we realized that we're having trouble, and I'll talk about that time, where we've got very simple, punchy 5 keys that are the fundamentals of the safety program at Exxaro. I was very lucky to be part of a team that drove this work when we realized that we were in trouble. The first thing we say at Exxaro is that incredible leadership is what we require to be able to lead safety. We need credibility. Otherwise, we lose respect. The second thing that we talk about, we say on these 5 keys is, at Exxaro, we talk safety every day. The second one. The third one comes closer to the work we do, that no mini hire-up before you do a task, no work. Because we're not doing it for ourselves, we're doing it for the people that need to understand these keys. The 4th key was, we are all committed to drive zero harm. And if any one of us deviates, we shall implement consequence management. Because everybody has been allowed an opportunity to contribute to what we believe will take us to zero harm. So with everybody agreeing, deviations then have got to be clearly understood, and we've got to take accountability for that. And key number 5 is that we train ourselves and others on safety for life. So those are the 5 keys that we live by. It doesn't mean we don't have procedures. It doesn't mean that we don't do baseline hires. We do all of that. But these are the 5 keys that keep us on track in the absence of pieces of paper. So let's look at the time that we've lost this colleague after 5 years of no fatal. Because what happens is, you feel so cold when we had a fatal. You lose your focus. You forget the fact that in your organization, you still have pockets of excellence. Like we've heard at our Groote Gelukman, where we've run for 12 years, actually, without a fatal. And it's still like that up to today. We've also run a stretch of 7 years at our Matla mine without a fatality. And one of the biggest, I think, things that we really have to thank, whoever the powers are above us, is the fact that we do have 2 business units at Exxaro. Lopan, and ferrosilicon, who have never had a fatal since inception. So you are talking to the Chief Safety Officer of Exxaro Resources. So you're not going to hear stories I read in a newspaper. You're going to hear the stories of what happens to make safety work, because I have to be responsible for it. And we realize that the stats that I've just shared with you do not just happen on their own. There are those women and men who day in and day out mine our coal. They are the people who sit at the center of safety. They do it every day, every hour, every minute. So when we look at it and say, look, we have not lost anything. We still believe in zero harm. We think there's nothing wrong with the risk assessments that we do, the procedures that we have, and our safety. We just need to recommit to doing the things that we say we're going to do after we've lost this concentration in 2022. So we decided to go back to basics. And I'm happy to report that since that incident of August 2022, we achieved another year of no fatality in August of 2023. So really, we've come a long way. So how do we get to the stretch of 5 years without a fatality? Really, it's not a movie. It's something that people had to do. And as they say, that it's not real until it's done. So our journey started in March of 2009, when we realized that we had a burning platform in Exxaro of an average of 5 fatals per year at the time. Forget about the fact that we had a different number of mines. Doesn't matter. But the number was way too high. In terms of our lost time injuries, on average between 45, 47 a year. And we thought that this was not good enough. I won't bore you with the numbers on the health side, but we're doing so badly on safety, such that it called for us to do something. One day we decided on this 17th of March to stop all our operations and call everybody to a summit. A summit that was going to be led by the CEO himself. And that's where the appointment of a CEO in Exxaro as the Chief Safety Officer came from. And I can say that to date, if you think about the fatality that we have experienced, that I've talked about, and the time where we're coming from, I'll say the average of our fatals is nearly 0. And our LTIs per annum, we're talking only 5. And every year we reduce this target of our LTIs. Yes, the target is 0. But what we say to our employees, we want to see ourselves 30% down from the previous year. It gets tougher and tougher as you really do very well. We know that. It's the same thing that we see in the industry. That the more these numbers are getting down in terms of the fatal, the much more difficult and more effort we require to put in that reduction. Because zero harm is really where we're looking at. So what did we say in that summit? We brought all the employees, the CEO was there, and we shared what we believe were the challenges we're experiencing, that we're getting so many injuries in the organization. And that's where we said, actually, incredible leadership is critical. And indeed, this is where those 5 keys were born. That we've seen a lot of leaders who demonstrate bad standards. and we choose to demonstrate the standards that we want to achieve from our employees. If you walk without holding a rail and you expect the employees to do it, you're wasting your time. If you expect employees to wear PPE, and when you go and talk to them, you don't have a complete PPE, you're just wasting your time. You might as well stop it. You drive fast on the highway. The employees see you doing that, and you think that is fine, and you expect them to follow the rules and the procedures. Who are you? Only incredible leaders will be able to achieve the standards that we expect of them in Exxaro. Because we believe that, there's something called necessity sometimes, which really converts a boss to a beggar. If you have not been a boss that has experienced begging, then you need to go and check whether you're in the right place. In terms of standards, consistency of standards, we cannot apply consequence management here today and not in another situation. So consistency is the bedrock of successful safety culture. And so it is in our organization. These are the things that we talked about at that summit. Tough stuff. Another thing that we talked about that came out of the summit was that safety is a line function responsibility. The support you get from the SHE department or the safety department, whatever you call it, is just support, guys. It's not their responsibility. The responsibility is ours as leaders. Line function, we've got to take that responsibility. When there's a problem, look, I used to lead that department when I arrived at Exxaro. I came in as a general manager of safety, health and environment. Those years. You become a chief policeman, yeah? Chief policewoman. And whenever people have problems, they call you because they think you have the solutions. The solutions have got to be with you as the leader of safety. If you're a line function, look at yourself for the solution. And we can get that support from the SHE departments. The other thing that we agreed with, you've read this. This is the story of DuPont, those who've been trained by DuPont, that 96% of incidents are preventable. I can tell you this, if you don't believe it, just tell me one incident where a piece of equipment jumped at you. The problem is us. You've heard me and seen me on the video talking about the importance of incident reporting, and not just reporting it, but making sure that we get to the root cause of that incident. We come from an era of lying in our industry, of not really wanting to say what the root cause is. If you don't want to identify the root cause, how are you going to avoid it? Because we know if you don't get to the root cause of the incident, you're going to get repeats. So one of the things that we're talking about in 2022, coming to 2023, 2024 at Exxaro, is that we actually we have to eliminate repeats. When you report your incident, you've got to tell us, has it happened on your mind? And when you come and present your lost time injury to the executive, we're going to engage you on this because we want to understand why is it a repeat. Did we not get to the real root cause when we investigated the incident, yes or no? And why then? The other thing that we do, and I lead in the organization, is, so in some cases, in 1 year, I'll choose, if you've got a second LTI, you are inviting me to come and audit you. So the chief safety officer, I literally audit you. And I can give you feedback in terms of the things that you believe are working. Because oftentimes we think that what we're doing at our mines are working. You are not even sure whether the messages as the head of that BU or the mine are getting to the floor. I'll help you. Go and talk to the people and listen to them to understand if they're hearing your messages. Oftentimes, the people we lead do not hear what we're saying. It's either it's noise, we are angry, it's too much, it's clutter, and it's said in language that they don't understand. Safety or management of safety is not that complicated. You need to get to the basics. It's simple solutions and logic sometimes that we need to apply. Do not delegate safety. You're a CEO, you've got to own safety. It's not for the shoe department. What we missed on the day we were together in the summit as Exaro was the issue of mental health. This is becoming more and more of a challenge in our workplace, and we see reduced focus and no concentration from colleagues. You know, you feel ukuthi uchaphazelekile, you know. Abantu abalali. Because we've got this thing that's bothering you. Sometimes it's work-related, sometimes it's not. We've got to pay attention to signs of mental health. People are present at work, we know that, but they're not there. And we expect them to be safe. There's lots of absenteeism you can pick up. And one other big thing, colleagues, that we are our own worst enemies sometimes by creating psychologically unsafe environment where people work. We don't even know our employees by their first names, for instance. We don't respect the people that work with us because we have this notion that they work for us. That's a wrong thing. They work with us. They work with us. So I don't need to tell you what needs to happen with this, the health and the mental health of the employees. There's a lot of advice out there. But this is a new challenge that we have that we need to really pay attention to. So looking forward, just as a company and the industry, we've got a lot of work cut out for ourselves to do. We are given these companies that we lead, not for our own sake, not for the sake of our shareholders, for that matter, but for the better good of humanity here in Africa and beyond. So safety is personal, and I think we've been hearing this quite a lot these days, and it's about people. So as the coal sector, if you read or look at your numbers, we lead more than 90,000 people. And these are the people who depend on us to make sure that we create environments that are safe for them and really empower these individuals to stop unsafe work. Whether the price of gold or the price of coal is high or wherever it is, we must empower our employees to exercise Section 23 of the Mine Health and Safety Act. We also care about the environment because the human race doesn't exist in the alternative. That we know, and we do something about that. We're not in denial that we are a coal business that may have externalities to the environment, but we're under no illusion that CO2 emissions must be abated because it's a problem if we don't mitigate those CO2 emissions. So that is very important. Another thing I want to leave you with as well in this conversation is that we need to create extensions of ourselves. We need to create as many incredible leaders at the coal face. And one of the groups that I think we forget are first line supervisors who needs us to support them to execute safe coal operations. But we need to invest time in them. If you listen to them, and what we call dialogues. Some of you know what dialogues, day in a life of. We really flood these individuals with administration, doing our work for us, instead of leading people in a safe way. Making sure that people are working in less hazardous environment. Supporting our people to identify these hazards. If you look at the mini hires that we do at Exaro, and when you do your audits, you find that people are struggling to even identify what a hazard is. So you are talking to the Chief Safety Officer of Exaro Resources. So we've got to have to listen to our front line. So as I conclude, Program Director, he's such an impressive guy. He calls me a queen. It's the first time I'm called a queen. Thank you, sir, for that. Really, you know. So let's reflect as we come up and down the stage to speak and to receive our awards, how lucky we are to be standing on the shoulders of those who sacrifice so much to build our industry. The people who faithfully, and I've talked about them, arrive every day, who sweat on our behalf and make us the great leaders that we are today. The companies as prosperous as the ones we have today. The people that help us build the legacies we live to enjoy today. Is that people go underground. We take their lives for granted because they make it look so easy. That's why when organized labor sings that song that says, "Usebenza kanzima emgodini," I stand up and join them and sing with them because I can relate to it. The day I went to an underground mine, at Chikondeni mine, I was in shock. Underground mine, very slippery. I couldn't carry the boots, the gumboots I was wearing. I was perturbed for a whole week. And I called my late father, who was a good friend of mine, and I said, "Dad, I really didn't know what miners did. I respect them from today." So, let's recognize people for what they do, especially things that we cannot do ourselves. So, awards are also a moment of reflection. So, let's ask ourselves, how do we improve on yesterday to make sure that we continue to keep our people safe, to contribute to a cleaner environment, to make positive social impact and a better society? It is important to reflect on how we use positive lessons that we learn from each other and not run away from others and what they're doing because they're not created by us. So let's do that through a consistent improvement, and the closer we get to zero harm, as I've said earlier, the tougher it's going to be. And you will remember what our former late president, Nelson Mandela, who said, after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. This does not, however, deter us as leaders. It merely fuels our fire. We will get to zero harm. We'll get to it in one piece. So rest assured that Exaro is in full support of SACMA's and coal-safe efforts to make sure that we keep our coal operations clean so that we can have a better name out there, because our name is not as great as it should be. And I want to test with the Exaro people that are here if they understand that hashtag we are cruising nicely. Thank you very much.
Let's give Dr. Sengwa another round of applause. Thank you so very much, Doc. Always inspiring, always challenging, always impassioned, and hard-hitting. That was a TED Talk right there. Thank you very, very much. You said we don't know our employees' first names. That hit me really hard because it is so often true. Some years ago, a newspaper article was featured in the UK. Just outside of Bristol, there is a zoo that has a parking lot that can cover or cater for around 20 buses and around 150 cars. It was manned by a very pleasant parking attendant who worked there for 25 years, 7 days a week. Charged £5 for a bus, around £2 for a car. And then one day, he just didn't turn up after 25 years. The zoo went to the council and said, I'm afraid our parking attendant has left. We're not sure what his name is, but we need a new parking attendant. Council said to the zoo management, no, you're responsible for the parking attendant, not us. Management said, I beg your pardon. It turns out this gentle elderly man, no one knew his name, wasn't employed by anyone and took around 40 million rands worth of parking fees for the last 25 years. He's probably retired in the south of France now, and no one knows his name. There's a lesson for you right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege of having Beyond Vocal entertain us for the next few minutes. It's going to take us to tea. Do enjoy. This is Beyond Vocals. They started in a church and are now signed by Universal Music. They're superbly talented. Beyond Vocal.
Two. Yeah. 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. Are you guys good? The name of the band is Beyond Vocal. I know you're in your suits, you're serious today, but I know weekends sometimes, you know. So we're here to remind you some of that. We're here to give you sounds and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll probably sing songs that you know. We're not saying stand up and dance, you know, we're still a conference, but you can sing along and have fun with us. Thank you. Louis, let's go.
One love, one heart, let's get together and feel alright. Come on. One love, one heart, let's get together and feel alright. Fellas, one love, one heart, let's get together and feel alright. Any children crying? One love, one heart, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. One more time, fellas, say one love, one heart, let's get together and feel alright. And the children crying, one love, one heart, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. One more time we say let's get together and feel alright. Come on, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. One more time, say let's get together and feel alright. What's up? Fellas,
if you know the song, let's sing along. Let's go.
One more. Come on. Say, stir it up. Come on, baby. Little darling, stir it up. Come on, baby. Oh. Fellas, say, stir it up. I want to stir it up with you. Little darling, stir it up. Come on, baby. We say, ooh, do, 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 do.
Don't worry.
Do, 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 do.
Be happy.
Do, 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 do.
Don't worry.
Come on. Ooh, do, 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 Don't worry. Be happy. Come on, put your one more time. We say, come on. Yeah, one more time. Don't worry about a thing, about a thing. Across every little thing, it's gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing. Every little thing, it's gonna be alright. 1, 2. One time, fellas, say, be happy.
Yeah. Thank you. City of justice, yeah. City of love. City of peace for every one of us. We all need it, yeah. Can't live without it. Gotham City, oh yeah. City of justice, yeah. City of love. City of peace for every one of us. Come on. We all need it, yeah. Can't live without it. Gotham City, oh yeah. City of justice, yeah. City of love. City of peace for every one of us. We all need it, yeah. Can't live without it. Gotham City, oh yeah. Now listen. There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And that place will be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, there's no hurt, no pain, no sorrow. And if you want to get there, if you care enough for the living, make a little space to make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world again, let's go. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and make a better place. You and make a better place. You and for heal the world we live in. Save
it for our children. Heal the world we live in. Save it for you and for me. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. Oh yeah. I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. Starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. Na 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 na. What's up? 2. Na 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 na. Make that change. You better make that change now. Say make that change. Say make that change. Wrap it up like this, better. We say make that change. I told my baby on a Saturday side. They told me that I am second to none. They told me about equality. They said it's if you're wrong or you're right. Da, da, da. You'll always be my baby. No matter if you're black or white. Da, 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 da. Oh, da, 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 da. You think about my baby. It don't matter if you let go. Yeah. Yeah. Should we do sounds and stuff like that? Let's give them some. All right. Let's go. It's amazing how you knock me off my feet. Every time you come around me, I get weak. Alright. Nobody ever made me feel this way. You kiss my lips and then you take my breath away. Now I want to know. I want to know what turns you on. No, I like to know so I can be yours. Let's go. I like to know. I like to know. I like to know what makes you cry, so I can be the one who always makes you smile. I like to know. I like to know. Oh, I know you know the song. Even if you're eating, you can have the song. I like to know. I like to know. Oh, so I can be your man and one. I like to know. I like to know. I like to know what makes you cry, so I can be the one who always makes you smile. Let's go. Tell me what I gotta do to you're right, all right, all right. Baby, anything you say, I'll do. You're right, all right, all right. 'Cause I only wanna make you happy. All right. From the bottom of my heart, it's you're true. Right, all right, all right. Tell me what I gotta do to you're right, all right, all right. Baby, anything you say, I'll do. You're right, all right, all right. 'Cause I only wanna make you
You're right,
help
I'm right,
me.
I'm right.
From the bottom of my heart, it's true. I'd like to know what makes you want, so I can be all that and more. I like to know, I like to know, I'd like to know what makes you cry, so I can be the one who always makes you smile. I really like what you done to me. I can't really explain it. I am so into you. Really like what you done to me. I can't really explain it. I am so
Come on.
into you. I really like what you done to me. I can't really explain it. I am so
What's that?
I really like what you done to me. I can't really explain it. I am so into you. Can't you see that I love you? I can't hide. I can fake it, baby. This time it's for real. The love we have is not mistaken, baby. I feel it's gonna last. 'Cause girl, I love you. You know my baby, my love is strong. I'll do anything more for you. Can't you see that I love you? I'll do anything more for you. Can't you see that I love you? I'll do anything more for you. Can't you see that I love you? I'll do anything more for you. Can't you see that I love you? I'll do anything for you. Buy me love. Money can't buy me love. Buy me love. Money can't buy me love. 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 Money can't buy me love. Buy me love. Money can't buy me love. 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 Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Beyond Vocal a big round of applause. That's not the last we've heard of them. We are going to take a break for some tea, or should I rather say coffee. Please have coffee, not tea. And we'll get back with our conference underway at 11:30 in the next 25 odd minutes. So please stretch your legs, walk around, connect with friends, colleagues. We'll see you back here at 11:30 for a wonderful surprise. Thanks very much. Ladies and gents, can I also remind you and encourage you to stop past the SACMA stand, that's stand number 7, to make a donation or a pledge to Coal for Hope. That's Coal for Hope, SACMA stand number 7. Make your pledge and donations. Thank you very much. Let's make this the best year ever.
the same.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are T-minus 1 minute to the start of our conference, the second half. Won't you please take your seat if you haven't already? We're kicking off in 52, 51, 50 seconds from now.
Good day, and welcome to the Emperor's Palace Convention Center, a Piedmont resort. Before your function commences, please take note of the following safety tips that are designed to ensure your safety at all times. Should you require any assistance during your visit, please contact one of our Emperor's Palace floor managers who are located in the convention center at all times. This property is protected by an automatic smoke detection and fire sprinkler system. In the event of a fire, an alarm will sound and you are required to exit the building. Exit via the main entrance stairs or the nearest appropriate emergency exit into the parking lot and assemble at the designated emergency assembly point. Remain in your group and do not wander off. Should someone be missing, please notify one of the marshals as soon as possible. Do not return into the building until the all clear is given. In order to assist with any medical needs, we have a clinic on site which operates 24 hours a day and is staffed by medical professionals. Should you require medical assistance or if there is a medical emergency, please alert the floor manager and they will activate our medical emergency protocols. Alternatively, if you are not feeling well, please notify the floor manager and you will be escorted to our clinic so that our medical staff may tend to you. For security purposes, we ask you to look after your belongings and ensure that all phones, laptops, and handbags are secured in your possession and not to leave any items unattended. If something is missing or misplaced, please inform the floor manager so that we may assist you in locating the item. We also have security guards stationed throughout the resort to ensure your safety. Please follow all security instructions given to you, as this is for your safety. Thank you for your time, and Empress Palace wishes you a wonderful day at our convention.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and attention. Welcome back to the second half of our conference today. As promised, we have a very special surprise waiting for you. So if you wouldn't mind grabbing your seats. As you do, two very important announcements. I see some hungry people in the room. What you had is just starters. Lunch is still coming. First point. Second point is we have some lucky prize draws to give away at the end of the day. There are two of them. The first is a coffee machine valued at 15,000 Rand. And the second is a Take-A-Lot voucher. To qualify for the lucky draw, you need to scan the code on your lanyard and complete the survey. That'll put you in the draw for the Take-A-Lot voucher. Just by being here, you are in the draw for the coffee machine. That said, you have to be in the room to get the prize. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, final kind of comment from my side before I hand you over to our special guest today. We are talking health and safety. Have you ever wondered, and if I can get your attention for this, because this affects everybody, have you ever wondered if coffee is good for you? I hear yes over here in the front. So I don't want an opinion, I want science, all right? We're talking good science today and health and safety. So here's what science is about coffee. coffee is the elixir of the gods. It is so good for you, according to a Harvard study on 20,000 participants, that the more coffee you and I drink, the less chance we have of dying. True story, coffee protects us from certain cancers, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, diabetes, depression. It really is an amazing drink, but here's the clanger. It must be black coffee. No white stuff, no milk, no sugar, just black coffee. And that same study, and then I'm going to leave you, went on to say how many cups of coffee we should have a day. Any guesses? How many cups of coffee are recommended? What's the dose? 6 cups of coffee a day is good for you. Have it before 4 o'clock so that you can sleep in the evenings, but there you have it. Coffee's the best thing for you. 6 cups a day, you'll live for a long, long time. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is a very special guest. I'm not going to announce her name. I'm just going to ask you to listen carefully to who this is. Feast your eyes and enjoy our next session on health and safety. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a surprise as much for me as it was for you. It turns out that our surprise guest is not here yet. Surprise! So, to the guys at the back who are now panicking and kind of going, what do we do? What do you say we go on to the next section of the conference and we'll come back to our surprise guest. And while you're preparing, have you guys ever heard of First Direct? First Direct was one of the original telephone banks in the UK. It was a small bank, it's an expensive bank, but their promise to their customers is we will have a human being on the end of the phone in 3 rings. That was the promise they had from the start. Then we went to internet banking, and most banks took their phone number off the internet site, but First Direct kept their number. Why? Because after 3 rings, we will put you in touch with a human being. HSBC bought First Direct, got incorporated into this big global bank, and they started putting pressure on the CEO to drop the telephone number and to say, go to IVR, go to something more efficient. But he refused. He dug his heels in until they hauled him in front of the executive and said, explain yourself. And he walked in and he just told them this story. He said on that fateful day of September 9/11, there was a First Direct customer. Keeping in mind this is a UK bank. There was a First Direct customer on the 12th floor on one of the towers. When that plane hit that building, some machinery fell on top of her, and she realized she wasn't going to make it. And so she took her phone out, and who do you think she called in her hour of need? She phoned her bank in the UK. And within 3 rings, there was a human being on the end of the phone. She said, would you please get my husband on the line? Would you please get my sons on the line? I'm not going to see out the day. And this call center operator from First Direct got hold of her husband, got hold of her sons, and called the emergency services while she was doing that to alert them to her plight. And 45 minutes later, they broke into the 12th floor and they rescued this lady. She phoned her bank in an hour of need. Why? Because people matter. Human beings matter. And if anything we've heard from the stage today in the first half of the conference is just that our people matter. And so, ladies and gentlemen, We have some messages from our unions that will be played on your screens. Won't you listen carefully as they just share some of their stories and their testimonies? Feast your eyes. And to the guys at the back, I gave you at least 2 minutes to get your stuff in order.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you today. My name is Adrian Schultz. I'm a sector manager for UASA, the union, in the coal and platinum sectors. The topic of Coal Safe 2024 is sustainability. And that brings to my mind the fact that the mining industry is in dire straits. The mining industry is not doing good. Currently, we are being serviced with Section 189 notices all over, especially at the moment in the platinum sector, where we are facing thousands of jobs that's going to be lost. Now, that for us is not good. Not for us as a union, not for us, not for our members, not for the employers, not for anybody. It does not contribute to the economy. It takes away from the economy. It takes away the livelihood of a lot of people, where some of our workers is fending for not only themselves and their immediate family, but siblings and extended families. Sometimes up to 20, 30 people that one employee is looking after. Now, that cannot be good. And the mining industry over the last couple of years have lost quite a number of jobs. Now, how do we keep the coal industry sustainable? I'm not sure. I don't think I have the answers. I don't have them. But when you look at the announcements that was recently made by BHP Billiton saying that they want to acquire Anglo American, and then say that it's highly conditional, that they don't want Kumba iron ore and Anglo American platinum, which is situated in South Africa, it raised alarm bells. Why does such a big company not willing to invest in South Africa? Why do they don't want us? And where does that leave us as a country, as unions, as employers, as employees of this country, of these companies? What's going to happen with these companies once Anglo decide to sell to BHP Billiton? How are we going to keep this sustainable? Are we going to shed another couple of thousands of jobs? I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, sustainability in the mining industry is a huge, huge concern. This leads to our safety, which, in my opinion, leads to people that's not thinking, they're not concentrating on their work. They've got all of these worries running in the back of their minds, which leads to accidents, which leads to fatals. And in the coal industry, our biggest contributor to safety and to fatals is vehicle accidents, because coal is being transported mainly on site in coal trucks. And it's being transported by trucks, by road, to your railways and to your ports. Now, that in itself is a problem. How do we keep our people's mind on the job? How do we make sure that they stay safe? I don't have the answers. I don't. But my request would be that as employers, as unions, as stakeholders, government, especially government, needs to come to the party and start looking out to say, how do we keep the country economically stable? How do we grow the economy? How do we grow the mining industry in terms of keeping it sustainable, to make sure that we do make a contribution to the economy, make sure that we do make a positive contribution to safety, which is it's a big concern in the mining industry, where our members, your employees are dying. Now, at the end of the day, I don't have all the answers, but I make a plea to all the stakeholders. Please come to the party. Let's talk about this. If there's a need, let's create workshops, working groups, where we can go and discuss, where we can assist and assist minds all over South Africa, not only in the coal industry, where we can make it a profitable, safe, sustainable industry to make sure that our people, our members, your employees, your citizens are safe, going home from work safe, going back to their families, be sure that they can put food on the table, a roof over their heads, and make sure that we are happy citizens, happy employees in a country where we are safe. That would be my plea to everyone. And I would like to wish everyone an enjoyable day. I would like to wish everybody a safe day. When you travel safe wherever you go after this day. Make sure that you get home safe. The roads is not good, and get home safe to your families. I thank you very much for the opportunity again, and from the bottom of my heart, I plead with you, and I want to thank you to keep everything and everybody safe. Thank you so much.
My name is Sam Likulin, NUMSA Health and Safety Coordinator. All protocols are observed. We are very much grateful to be afforded this opportunity to provide our message of support in this great event called Safety 2024. As we all are aware, this year's theme of our event is safeguarding today, well enable a sustainable tomorrow. We are going to unpack the theme in line with the pressure points, in particular the safety that deals with a journey to zero harm. Getting to zero harm is a journey, and it takes extraordinary commitment. It does not happen overnight, but is possible to be achieved. Coming back to the theme of safeguarding today, it implies taking precautionary protective measures, meet possible dangers of today, while at the same time enabling and/or commissioning, having the ability to sustain support tomorrow, to reduce the increase in input costs, depleting reserves, environmental pressure, and continuing with our journey to zero harm. I thank you.
The challenges facing the South African coal mining industry in 2024 are profound and multifaceted. One of the most pressing issues is the depletion of reserve, which carries significant implications for both the economy and local communities. South Africa has been a major producer and exporter of coal for decades, but the industry is now facing the reality of declining resources and the resulting impact on communities. South Africa's coal reserves are substantial but not infinite. The country has historically relied heavily on coal for electricity generation, industrial processes, and export revenue. However, as mining operations continue, reserves are gradually being depleted. The coal mining industry has been a key contributor to South Africa's economy, providing employment, infrastructure development, and export earnings. However, as reserves decline, the economic contribution of the industry diminishes, leading to challenges in sustaining local economies that are heavily reliant on coal mining. Many communities in South Africa have developed around coal mining operations and often depend on the industry for employment, services, and infrastructure. As mines reach the end of their productive life and close down, the loss of jobs and economic activity can have a serious consequence, leading to social upheaval and the abandonment of towns and settlements. In addition to the social and economic impacts, coal mining in South Africa has significant environmental consequences, including habitat destruction, water and air pollution, and greenhouse gas emissions. As reserves deplete, the industry's environmental footprint may become increasingly difficult to justify, especially in the face of growing awareness of climate change and the transition to cleaner energy sources. Transitioning away from coal mining in the future poses significant challenges for affected communities and the broader economy. Efforts to diversify local economies, retrain workers, and attract alternative industries may be necessary to mitigate the impacts of declining coal reserves. When addressing issues in the coal mining industry, one should never lose sight of health and safety in the workplace. Safety, particularly the pursuit of achieving zero harm, is critical in the South African coal mining industry. South Africa has comprehensive legislation governing occupational health and safety in the mining sector, including the Mine Health and Safety Act and its associated regulations. However, compliance with these regulations has been inconsistent and enforcement efforts fail in many instances. Addressing safety issues in the coal mining industry also requires addressing cultural and behavioral factors that may contribute to unsafe practices. This includes fostering a culture of safety within mining companies, encouraging open communication about safety concerns, and empowering workers to speak up about potential hazards without fear of reprisal. Advancements in technologies such as remote monitoring systems, automated equipment, and wearable sensors offer opportunities to improve safety in the coal mining industry. These technologies can help detect hazards in real time, reduce the need for workers to be in high-risk areas, and enhance emergency response capabilities. Investing in comprehensive training and education programs is essential to equip workers with the knowledge and skills needed to work safely in coal mines. This includes training on hazard recognition, emergency procedures, and the proper use of PPE. Addressing depleting coal reserves in South Africa necessitates strategic planning, tripartite collaboration, and a focus on sustainability. This includes investing in renewables, diversifying coal-dependent economies, and responsibly closing mines. Similarly, prioritizing health and safety requires ongoing improvement in policies, practices, and technologies, fostering a safety culture and proactive risk management towards achieving zero harm. Solidarity, through initiatives like CoalSafe, is unwavering in its commitment to protecting employees and the environment, and support for collective resolve to confront these challenges head-on in 2024. Thank you.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Duncan Luvuno, the National Chair of Health and Safety in the National Union of Mine Workers. Let me thank the opportunity that we are given as NUM also to partake in this CoalSafe conference. This CoalSafe conference is taking place at a time where there is a regress in terms of occupational health as well as injuries and fatalities in the coal sector. It's also taking place at a time where we've been confronted by a number of Section 189 in the mining sector in general, but also in the coal sector, which is not left unaffected. However, that will also, in learning from each other, I think this will also help us to also concentrate or specifically confine ourselves more on the mental health issues, because it's going to have a bearing on the workers, because now workers are agitated, are anxious, and that will make them not to work safe or will make them to make mistakes at work because they don't know where their next meal will come from for this Section 189. However, over and above that, it is an opportunity to learn from each other across mining houses in the coal sector, but as well as partners in leadership, which is ourselves, the labor, the DMRE, which is government, as well as yourselves, in the mining, which is a minerals council or coal sector. We are looking forward that maybe after this particular meeting, it should not be a box-ticking exercise. We should go further and sit down and say, what are the systems, what are the plans that we're going to put so that we can be seen, visible, all of us collectively as partners in leadership. We can be seen down in the mines, we can be seen at the coal face where the workers are working so that they will know that they are not alone, we are in this together. And if all of us, we can show that unity in making a point that our workers are safe, our workers, they have been comforted that we are doing everything we can to save the jobs, because at this economic climate, everyone is agitated, is anxious about losing jobs. So we are looking forward to engagement, and we thank you once more for the opportunity as a National Union of Mine Workers. Thank you.
And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, won't you join me in welcoming to the stage the head of legal for AMCU, Flip Murray. Thank you, Flip. The awkward silence as he walks to the front of the stage. Let's give another round of applause as his feet hit the stairs. Flip Murray, ladies and gentlemen, and here's your clicker, Flip. All yours.
Good morning, everybody. Almost afternoon. As indicated, my name is Flip Murray. I'm the head of legal for AMCU. I was asked to address the sitting today. I want to thank GoalSafe and Dolly and her team for organizing this wonderful event and giving me the opportunity to address you today. I must say, on a daily basis, I address judges and the president of AMCU, and this is much more intimidating than that. The situation is, the topic that I want to discuss today, and I want to move to the next slide, is retrenchments or job losses versus ill health. First of all, I want to take you to a few slides. The first slides deal with a media announcement or broadcast or indication, and this is dated the 22nd of September 2023, whereby there was an indication in September last year that there will be job losses to the total of 600 or possible job losses. The next slide, it's along the same lines, where the NUM reported on the 27th of September 2023 that at Glencore there could be up to 200 jobs lost. But the next slide is for me the most concerning, and that's dated the 19th of February 2024, where it indicates that coal mine closures to impact 2.5 million, mainly in Mpumalanga. 15 coal mines and 5 coal-fired power plants are scheduled to close in the next 6 years. This is what a mine worker, and we deal with coal today, face on a daily basis. This is what they see in the media. This is what they are confronted with. The problem is you sometimes hear that you might be retrenched via the media. You hear it from a friend, you hear it at church, you hear it from your wife, from your children, before you actually know that you might be retrenched. And the problem is that you don't have answers if you're an employee to when it will happen, if it will happen, how it will happen. There needs to be a process that obviously happen. On top of that, the next slide, when you're an employee in the coal mining industry, when you hear this news that you might be retrenched, you also know that at the current situation, unemployment sits at 32.1%. You know that there's retrenchments at Sibanye, at other mines, and in other industries. You know that in your industry as a coal mine employee, that you are an open cast mine. So it would be difficult for you to move, for example, even after many years of experience, to, for example, a gold mine. And then important, you know, as an employee, that if you lose your job, it might affect 10 or more people in your specific vicinity. And it's an easy calculation. It's actually established that it's more than that. But you can just work it out quickly. Your wife, your mother and father, siblings, your children, the next door neighbor that you support. So it won't affect you alone. There's a lot of people that would be affected by this information that you receive on the media. The next slide, I deal in basic with reasons for retrenchments, and I know there's many more reasons that we can deal with, but I highlighted the following 4 reasons mainly, and that's real financial difficulty for your employer. And as unions, I think we need to start to be more sensitive to that. There's employers out there, mines, that do really face financial situation. And we need to be more assistant in reference to that. We need to start to think outside the box as unions to assist the employers that really face a problem financially. And then a sensitive issue for AMCU, and also I don't want to talk politics, but our government is failing us in reference to this specific issue. And I can give one example. If you look at Kumba at the moment, they're sitting with a stockpile of 80%. There's no rails currently properly functioning to move this stockpile to Saldanha Bay. And the end result is employees will be retrenched. So you as government cannot say you want to create X amount, 5,000, 10,000, 1 million jobs in the next 5 years, but because of your lack, you cost other people's current jobs as we speak because of your inability. We don't have to go much further in load shedding. I don't want to be negative. I think we must have an election each year. And then, funny enough, as unions, that's difficult for us to understand. When the company wants to make higher profits, they will retrench workers. Can you believe that? Kumba Iron Ore say, we've got stock. Yes, you have taken it out of the ground, you as the worker. We've got it now, by the way. Off you go. You are retrenched. That doesn't make sense, but that's the reality. And then last but not least, which is obviously a sensitive issue for us as unions, is the salary bill. Employers will always complain about salary bills. Funny enough, when workers were earning 1,000 rand, they were retrenched. Now, when they earn, I understand in the coal industry, about 12,000 rand as a general worker, they are retrenched. So it doesn't matter what you earn as an employee, you'll be retrenched. And your salary would be used as a reason for that. Now, I saw a recent news clip where one of the retrenching mines' CEO were taking a salary cut of 2/3. And the poor guy now only earns 55 million per year. Now, I want to be sensitive to him, and I don't want to mention his name and also mention that he's the CEO of Sibanye Stillwater. But, you know, can you explain that to a worker? Can you explain that to the worker, that the CEO of a company earns 55 million per year, and he earns 12,000 if he's lucky, and he'll lose his job? That is difficult for us as unions. Now, as an employee, listen to this. Your salary is too high, you'll be retrenched. There's real financial difficulty, you'll be retrenched. Government doesn't bring its side, you'll be retrenched. Company wants to make higher profits, you'll be retrenched. So know it, if there's employees here, and even if you're a manager, you still fall under that category. In your lifetime, you will be retrenched. If I go to the next slide, it's a lady by the name of Elizabeth, I don't know if I will pronounce her surname correct, Kubler-Ross. She developed the 5 stages, or the stages, sorry, of grief. And she listed it to be denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Now, you would ask me, what has that got to do with retrenchments and ill health? And the next slide will tell you why. If you look at this slide, a recent study where employees that were retrenched were asked how they felt after they were retrenched. And they commented to say, initially we feel shock, but your retrenchment could also make you feel embarrassed, angry, down, lonely, uptight, frustrated, irritated, helpless, and hopeless. You could feel like crying more often and get nightmares. You could experience disbelief. Now remember, when Elizabeth drafted these 5 principles, she was referring to grief where there was a loss of a family member, or where a person loses a limb, a leg, or arm after an accident. And if you look carefully at this slide, you would see exactly the same principles that a person that experienced a loss of this nature would be experienced by a person retrenched. Now, if you look at the next slide, I understand there's a lot of people from Sereti here. Your news clipping, I don't know if it was intentional, I don't know if it was done just as an information, but the news clipping suggested in September last year that people could be retrenched, up to 600 people. Now, think for yourself, just a moment, think for yourself as an employee when you are confronted by people asking you, we see in the media that you're going to be retrenched. 7 months down the line, how you would feel. But this is where I'm different today as a union. I want to compliment Sereti management and all the different unions involved that negotiated this process. And I understand this process was finalized about 2 weeks ago. And it's my understanding that less than 10 people have been retrenched from a possible 600. So I think we can applaud Sereti for, and the unions involved, that was able to do so. The problem is it doesn't take away the fact that your employees were under the impression that they could be retrenched. Remember, they're not negotiating this process. The unions are sitting inside the room together with HR that doesn't know them from a bar of soap. They only know them by a number. And they negotiate this person's future. You don't know. Will you be retrenched because you are the longest at the company? Would you be retrenched because you recently joined the company? You don't know these things. You would arrive at home and your wife would say, what is going on? What is going on? I don't know. This is the problem. And employers are also naughty when they issue their notices. They will tell you, possible of 1,000 people will be retrenched, only to find that only 200 people get retrenched. Why is that? Why that big difference in numbers? Because you as the employer, when you issued that notice, you were supposed to have gone through a process where you already have eliminated the possibilities of a retrenchment. Are you telling me that it's the involvement of the unions that was able to bring that number down from 1,000 to, let's say, 200 people? I don't think so. I just want to deal with a possible solution. And I know some of it you might, and I said to my comrade there from Solidarity, if you start throwing me with bottles, I'll take the route up there. Now thinking this might be closer. But have you think about it, Sereti? That when you start working, you might find that workers are coming late for work. They might go to the work under the influence of alcohol. They might not go to work at all And you would say to yourself, but are these guys not happy that they got their jobs at least? Look at what we've done as Seriti management. But you forget, you haven't addressed the elephant in the room. These guys experienced trauma and stress. And you need to first, and I'm talking about the people that kept their jobs, you need to sit with them. You need to appoint a specialist to deal with this people's trauma. I've heard today a lot about the issue of safety. It could address that problem as well. Then the issue of reskilling. You know, when this topic comes up is when the Section 189 notice is issued. Then we jump up and down. How are we going to reskill people? And then 60 days, 5 meetings later, you issue your notice of dismissal. Reskilling doesn't need to happen only when people get retrenched. It doesn't help you reskill a person, and this is where I might need to run. It doesn't help you need to reskill a person to move from a general worker to an operator in the same mine. Because that same person, being a general worker or an operator, will be retrenched. So you need to really real skill people to move across to other mines, to do other jobs. If I know as an employee that I've got different skills where I could apply for jobs, I would feel less stressful when I get this notice that there's a possibility that I might be retrenched. And then the issue of job opportunity assistance. The law requires you to assist employees at the end of the process. You might say to the employee, listen, bring your CV, we'll send it with our system to the next company. But do you know if this person can actually draft a CV? Does he know that there's job portals out there where he could register his name and be available for other jobs? And I think there, as the employer, we can do, and even unions, we can do much more to assist the dismissed employee. Remember, it's a no-fault dismissal. And then the last issue, topic that I want to address, you've now decided Sipho is going to be retrenched. After 15 years of service, he will get 4 months' salary. He might get his notice pay. He will get, someday down the line, he'll get his pension fund money. He might get a little bit of a pro rata or ex gratia amount. He's sitting with 40,000 odd in his hand. Does he really know, Sipho, what to do with this money? And what do we do as the employer and the union to assist this person? When you earn your highest salaries, you've got a consultant that would advise you what to do with your policies, what to buy, what to not buy, when to let go. You really think that Sipho has the finances to appoint a person to assist him, to avoid a situation that in 4 months' time, when that money that he received is gone, that he doesn't become part of the 32.1, now 32.3% statistic of being unemployed. So I ask you, would it be that difficult? Would it be that difficult as an employer to, when Sipho is now being dismissed and everything is now down the line, to sit and organize an expert to sit with him and assist him and his wife, to see where he is going in the future? I don't think that's too much to ask. In conclusion, I think there's a role for us to play. If a machine breaks, you fix it, tomorrow it runs again. Don't be the employer that when your employee leaves your premises, that you dismiss his smile. He's a human being. He wants to support his family. He wants to buy a nice TV. Let's all take hands together and make sure that we assist employees, whatever they face, and deal with the trauma that retrenchments cause. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Flip, for an impassioned presentation. Thank you for saying the hard things. Thank you for being a champion of the people. I concur. Your body has no idea how to differentiate between perceived threat and actual threat. It triggers the same physiological stress response with all the negatives that come with that. So let's keep our people uppermost in our hearts and minds. It was my mistake earlier when I announced our surprise guest. I didn't give her enough time to get from the back of the room because it's a big room to get to the stage, so I do apologize. Not enough time. Reminds me of when my youngest was around, I think 4 or 5. I asked him what he wanted for his birthday. It was about 2 weeks to go, and he, expecting Lego, because every kid wants Lego, he says to me, a baby brother. Like 2 weeks. So I said, buddy, there isn't enough time. To which he says, well, Dad, why don't you do what you normally do at work when there isn't enough time? Put more men on the job. I'm like, oh. So, there is time. We have a surprise guest. She is in the wings. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, listen very carefully. A very special presenter today speaking to you on health and safety, and it's a personal testimony to listen up.
Guys, I've never actually performed at a place and this song comes out playing, blazing, and people are sitting down. You literally broke a record. I've never. So I think maybe Selector, let's do one more. Let's give it one more try and see if people are going to stand up and have a great time this day. All right, one more time, Selector. Aibo! much. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. What a beautiful day. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Nhlanhla Mafu, and I am the lead singer of a band called Mafiki Zolo. And I am also a fashion entrepreneur. And, well, I'm just so happy to be here this morning. Unfortunately, this morning, I'm here for a different reason. I'm not here to entertain today. I'm not here to sing and perform for you guys today. But today, I'm here to speak about a very serious matter and very important. I just want to ask you a question, right? I want to know if you've ever heard of a singer that lost their hearing. I know, right? Seems crazy, seems impossible. But then there's Phil Collins, there's will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas, there's Foxy Brown, and now unfortunately there's Nhlanhla Mafu from Mafiki Zolo. Now there's different reasons why people lose their hearing. And some of the reasons why people lose their hearing would be because of the obvious one, which is old age, and sometimes is from illnesses, sometimes it's from the medicine that you've been given, you know, and sometimes it's from the head trauma that one might have experienced, maybe through a car accident or you know, whatever reason. But there's quite a number of reasons why people get to lose their hearing. And now, with me and some of my colleagues in my industry, we experience what is called the noise-induced hearing loss. And that is basically what I am suffering from. And it's simply because, you know, as musicians, as artists, we are mostly exposed to, you know, high levels of sound, whether we're performing, you know, whether we're in the studio. I don't know, maybe you might have seen some of the music documentaries where you see a musician in a booth with the headsets, big headsets on their ears, and I'm sorry, the music would be playing, and the music is playing really loud, because when you're in the booth recording, you want to be in the right pitch. You want to hear every instrument, you know, you want to hear the guitar, the piano, and just make sure that you are on pitch. But what, sorry, we don't realize is that, you know, what then happens when we expose our ears to such high levels of noise. And in some instances, you know, in my instance, for in case, I would travel with my band, and I've been with Mafiki Zolo for 27 years this year, and we've been traveling, you know, for 27 years. And back in the day, we would travel from Joburg to Cape Town, and, you know, the music would play so high in the bus or in the combi that we're traveling in, and we'd keep on saying, "Dlala more, you know, play more, play it louder, driver, you can't hear it," you know, and not realizing that we are exposing ourselves to you know, damaging our ears and damaging our hearing. And sometimes when we perform on stage, right, different stages, some stages are very big with big sounds and speakers, and you'll be given an in-ear monitor where, you know, you get to hear the music so that you're on the right pitch when performing. But the music and the sound would be so loud, and sometimes we perform in clubs where, you know, the spaces are really, really small, and the stage is really, really small. And, because the stage is small, everything is right next to you. The speaker, the very big speaker is right next to you. And you just hear like a bang in your ear. And you literally feel it in your eardrum. Your eardrum would shake. And that's the dangers, that we're faced with as performers and as singers. And that's how I got to the situation that I am at the moment. And as a result, I have lost about 30% of hearing on my right ear, and I've lost about 50% of the hearing in my left ear. And that's quite a significant, amount of hearing loss that I am experiencing. And, living in such a condition is so hard. It's so hard. I mean, it affects you socially. It affects you personally. And it just affects so many parts and many aspects of your life. Like, for instance, when my partner wants to get romantic and, speak softly and whisper sweet nothings in the ear, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Because the minute he walks into the house and after work, and he says, "Oh, good evening, my beautiful person. You look so beautiful today." And I'll be like, "Ah?" And then he says, "I said, you look so beautiful." And I'll go, "Ah?" And he's like, "Okay, where are the kids?" And then he's like, a romance is lost just like that. And then when it comes to the kids, my son Luvuyo, who's 11 years old, he would come up to me and say, "Mom, can I please have something to eat?" And I say, "What? Can I please have something to eat, Mom?" "What?" "Mom, I said, can I please have something to eat?" And at moments I would feel a little bit offended, but then I understand, because unless he speaks loud, I'm not going to hear him. And so, those are some of the challenges. Even when I'm watching TV at home, the volume has to be way, way up. And then I end up inconveniencing other people, because for them, then it becomes way too high, and when they take it down, I then have to, I won't hear what's been said on TV, and I will have to read the subtitles, which now cost me to, which affected my eyesight as well. So now I wear glasses as well. And also the one thing I don't like, that I really, really, really hate about losing your hearing, is not being able to, go out with my friends and have a great time. Because sometimes we'd sit around the table drinking, having fun, and, people would have a conversation, and I would not hear what people are talking about. And then I will just look at their facial expression. If they're laughing, then I laugh. If they're serious, then I become serious, And it's a sad situation, because now it means that I cannot be a part of the conversation. I can't contribute into the conversation. I can't, I can't share my opinion. And so I lose out a lot, and it's really, really not a nice thing. And as a result of that, I experienced some kind of a mental breakdown, because it affected me mentally. I now had, mood swings, and I had anxiety because I was thinking, I remember the first time when the audiologist told me about, the percentage of the hearing that I've lost. And I was just so worried, and I was panicking, and I was thinking about, oh my God, what does it mean for me? What does it mean for me as a singer, as a performer? Does it mean I'm going to have to stop? Does it mean I'm not going to do what I love doing anymore? What does it mean? And I just, I panicked, and I was a little depressed as well, but I was really, really fortunate enough that I have a supportive family, and they would just encourage me. And I also spoke about it with my therapist. I also did my own research and just to find out, what does it mean to have a hearing loss? What does it mean? Does it mean I have to stop now? Does it mean I have to stop listening to music? What does it mean exactly? And yeah, some of the answers I got from my audiologist, who then, spoke to me about how to cope with such a change, because it's quite a big change. And you might be wondering as well, why am I talking about this to you? And it's because the one thing that we have in common with the mining industry, so the music industry and the mining industry, one thing that we have in common is that we, as workers within this industry, we are exposed to loud noise. We work almost every day in spaces that expose our ears and hearing to loud noise. And now the mining industry is fortunate enough to have things in place. When you get into the office, there's like posters, and there's always just information. Even when you get employed, they will tell you this is what you need to do, and these are the precautionary measures you need to take. This is the protective equipment that you need to put on, and the safety equipment that you need to protect yourself with. And I think you need to take this message seriously, and you need to take care of yourself. You need to wear the protective equipment, so that you don't get to the situation that I have found myself in. Now, you guys are really fortunate, like I said, because you don't even have to pop out a cent to buy anything, or, or to pay to go to a seminar and go hear about all of these things. Where else, for us in the music industry, we are literally on our own. No one is going to come. When you come in as a new singer, nobody's going to come and say to you, oh, put on the earplugs. Oh, do this. When you get on stage, when you sound check, do this, do that. There's nothing, there's no poster in the studio that says anything about giving us warning, about or warning about how to take care of our hearing and all of that. And when you are lucky enough to know all about that, you still have to pop out money from your own pocket and buy yourself the protective tools and to be able to take care of yourself, to be able to take care of your hearing. Where else in the mining industry, everything is out there, is already there. All you need to do is to actually take these protective tools, the equipment, put them on, and protect your hearing. Now, how fortunate are you guys, right? Nomungahamba, ungahamba, osalumkhulu ngikhulumela. Nomangahamba, ungahamba, osalumkhulu ngikhulumela. Now imagine a world where you can't hear your favorite singer performing. A world where you can't communicate with your children or your grandchildren because losing your hearing is something that happens gradually over the years. So every single time you don't put on your equipment, your protective equipment, you are exposing yourself to this, this situation that I'm in right now. You're exposing your ears, and you now become vulnerable. Now, if you want to have a great time and, socialize and whisper sweet nothings or hear somebody whispering sweet nothings in your ear, please, please, please take this seriously and put on and encourage your teams and everybody that you work with to put on their safety equipment so that, they don't have to be in the space that I'm at the moment. And you might take it lightly right now. But it's just, little things where you hear somebody talking to you and they're like, I've been talking to you, I've been calling you, and you can't hear. Then over the years, before you know it, you've completely lost your hearing. I'm fortunate enough that I found out when I did, and I was able to get help. But losing your hearing is something that cannot be reversed. You can, I use hearing aids now, and I can keep it to where it is so that it doesn't get worse. But then, there are people who, like I did at the first time, who feel embarrassed by speaking to people and telling them their problem because it's associated with the elderly, And so people feel embarrassed that I can't be telling people that I can't hear it, like I'm going to seem crazy at my age, and people think that I can't hear, so they keep quiet. But the more you keep quiet, then the more it gets worse. So please, 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 I want to urge you today to please, let's take the safety precautionary measures seriously, and let's just share the news. Keep on sharing the news, keep on sharing the word with our teams so that we make sure that in the future you are able to enjoy, the quality of life that you have been blessed with. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me. My name is Zinhlanhla Mafu, and have a great day. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Zinhlanhla Mafu, won't you give her a big round of applause? Zinhlanhla, of all the international musicians that have had hearing loss, and we're talking Beethoven, we're talking Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys, Huey Lewis, Eric Clapton, even Chris Martin, you are by far our favorite. Is she not? Yeah. Thank you for sharing and for being vulnerable. My brother is an ENT surgeon, and it's so true. The biggest issue when it comes to hearing loss is social isolation, and the mental health impact of that is significant. In fact, when they fit hearing aids at his practice, it's more common than you can imagine. There is a queue that just goes on forever outside his door. They call it death row, but that's just, that's a little insensitive, so true story. How many of you floss, by the way, just to change the topic for a moment, on a regular basis? Floss, as in like this, but not this. And so here's a question, why? Do you know that science, and we had some great stats early in presentations, but science shows and studies show that flossing has got very little impact on preventing gum disease or cavities. So if you don't floss, your guilt is alleviated. If you do, better to brush your teeth and rinse rather than floss, according to science. It's true. How many of you think that breakfast is the most important meal of the day? Yeah, I know. Your mom probably told you the same thing my mom did. Guys, not true. No science behind that at all. In fact, science and studies now show those who skip breakfast tend to manage their weight better than those who have breakfast. But are you having your 8 glasses of water a day? Are you having 8 glasses of water a day at least? Like why? There's no science, guys. There is no science behind 8 glasses of water. It came from the 70s. It was, in fact, science now says we drink to thirst or to a Chardonnay-colored urine. So, there it is. Hey, last little myth for you. 10,000 steps? Yes, no? What do you think? Nice idea, but zero science. No science at all. That little 10,000 steps idea came from a Japanese marketing campaign in the 60s after they launched a pedometer. There's no science behind it. In fact, studies now show that you get plateau effects after about 7,000 steps. So all of you with your Apple Watches and Fitbits, you can downgrade and down adjust the 10,000 steps you need. And in fact, studies now show it's way more important to move more regularly than it is to get 7,500 steps. Again, you might be saying to me, Michael, where are you going with this? We're at CoalSafe. It's all about health. It's all about awareness. It's all about research. And that's something that the Minerals Council of South Africa is partly responsible for, research and information dissemination. And I say that because I'm about to welcome to the stage the newly appointed CEO of the Minerals Council of South Africa, an advocacy and impact group, as you know, whose members represent 90% of South Africa's mineral output and employs close to 480,000 people. Won't you please welcome to the stage Mr. Mzila Mthenjane, the CEO of the Minerals Council. Thank you, Mzila.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my sincerest apologies for being late. Had to be dealing with another industry issue, but I think I left a capable team there to deal with the rest and really had to come here. And looking at the audience, so out of the 480,000, the coal industry employs about 95,000. It looks like 90,000 people are sitting in here. So. But I guess with the lights still being on, Eskom still has a coal, right? So we have nothing to worry, we can carry on. I think that presentation by Nhlanhla could not have come as a better introduction and a means for me to segue into my presentation today. And really, Nhlanhla, congratulations to you, and thank you very much for this moment of vulnerability that you shared with us. And it really just reminded me of my own bad habits, perhaps of many others, beyond just the dangers of work and noisy workplace, this issue of earpods. And I've realized that I put earpods quite a lot. And I think today I've just, been taught a lesson that I do need to be cautious about that. So I think thank you very much for that share. So this afternoon, I'm just going to share some stats, as Michael has said, and about zero harm, which is something that remains, I think it's not too far an ambition for us to reach from the stats that we are seeing coming through. And I'll share both stats from a physical safety perspective, but also from a health perspective. And it really speaks to some of what you've heard so far. And what you'll notice about the statistic is that, and it's something that I've been giving a lot of attention to, is the rate of change, and hence the improvement and how we are inching closer to zero harm. It varies, but I think we're pretty much in the right direction. Where's the presentation? I don't know where to point this to. So I'm going to remain calm because this is nothing new. And this is the lesson I've adopted for a long time, and I've taught my team that two things. Yes. Okay, so he needs my presentation again. With situations like this, the first reaction, don't panic. And the reason I believe that is that, you know, when it comes to technology, always believe that it will fail you. And I think both of these things are happening to me right now. But maybe as we just preparing, you know, my introductory slide talks about just how far we've come with our safety. And I know that as an industry, we are quite hard on ourselves. And preparing for this presentation really gave me an opportunity just to take a step back and reflect on how far we've come. And my first slide shows, you know, a wording that says, sometimes you've just got to look back at your past and smile at how far you've gotten. And hopefully you'll be able to see that through the slides. And with some of the slides, it's some of the initial work that we're seeing coming through with the 10-year milestones that were established in 2014. And obviously there's a lot more work that is being done to analyze the performance of the industry across the different commodities. And I think by the end of the year, we should have a full report in terms of, you know, how have we performed for the past 10 years. And I think even in instances where we've achieved our goal for the 10-year period, it doesn't mean that we need to stop. Because I think beyond that, the toughest part is actually going to be where we've achieved that zero number, that zero harm. How are we going to maintain that? And let this industry be in that state of being and state of permanent zero harm performance. That's the vision I have, and it's a vision I just wish to share with you. I don't think it's going to be easy to achieve that, given the nature of the industry. It's an industry which we all accept that is fraught with danger. And frankly, the safest mine is a mine where there's no people working. And this is an issue that we do need to confront and engage with as we're seeing the evolution of technology, the automation of the workplace, both in the office and on the face. But we are sitting in a South African situation where mines do employ a lot of people. Mines do impact positively, socially on people. And so it's going to be a tough trade-off that we'll need to make between having a fully automated mine with technology and no people working and still producing the coal and the other minerals that we produce. All right, so it seems like it's go. Thank you very much for that. I can see the presentation, but I don't think the audience can, which is really not helping right now. There you go. All right, so we're all on the same platform. Okay, I'm going to ask you to move the slide for me because this is not working. So I've spoken to this slide, and if you can move to the next slide, which begins to talk about where we are in terms of employee health. And I deliberately chose this slide because I think we're looking at the health statistics. I think in addition to hearing noise-induced hearing loss, we do need to pay a lot of attention as well, you know, to that lung capacity in terms of TB and other silicosis. And the next slide speaks to that in terms of what we've seen in the past 10 years in terms of the respirable crystalline silica dust. And the lines show, the red line is the 5% consistent target, but there's also the ambition in terms of how are we going to get to that 5% over time. And the green line is the performance. And you'll see that in the past 2 years, 2023 and 2022, we are below the target. And I think it's something worth celebrating, but we cannot afford not to remain vigilant. And as I said, the statistics vary. So with the respirable coal dust, we still remain below where we should be, or above the target, but not far from where we need to be. And I think this is where this continued effort needs to prevail. And then it disappears again. The next slide talks about the issue that Nhlanhla spoke about. And I think given that presentation that she gave, it really is worth spending some time on this slide, because in 2023, we were able to reach 0. But how long can we stay there? And this is an issue not only for the coal mining industry, but the whole of the mining industry, given the different technologies that the different mines use. And so I think as an industry, it's certainly something you should give yourself applause. But I also do accept that we're not saying that we're going to rest because of having achieved this. It's now how do we maintain that? And then moving on to occupational diseases, looking at the past 10 years. And there again, in terms of pulmonary tuberculosis cases, we were able to record quite a significant drop from 10 years ago, and also being able to reach below the target. But you can see how the graph is kind of veering upwards. But I think, as I said in my introduction, it's up and down with a lot of the statistics, but they're all in the right direction, being a downward trend in the performance of the industry. So overall, from a health perspective and the key metrics that we're measuring, and obviously there are many others, so this is just a select few, it's safe to say that I think approaching the 2024 milestone, it looks like we've done a great job, but the job is not yet done. And so moving on to the physical safety, and this is where there's actually been quite a significant amount of effort. And starting firstly with the serious injuries, and this is really looking at just the coal. And I'm comparing the 2023 number of 145 to each of the red rings that you see dating back, and starting with 279, almost 30 years ago, or 30 years ago, we've seen a 48% reduction over a period of 30 years. And we look at it over the past 21 years. In 2002, it's a 10%, which was the lowest that we've achieved looking back. And then the highest, and I guess maybe you can call it the worst performance, of 333 serious injuries, we've seen an improvement of more than 100%. That is more than halving the number of serious injuries. What's been interesting about serious injuries is that this is something that is also receiving more and more attention from our stakeholders, particularly when it comes to the tripartite. The performance on fatalities is acknowledged and recognized, not only for the coal mining industry, but I think for the whole of the mining industry, where we have been able to achieve what I call breakthroughs. And I was here, I think it was probably a month ago, at the foregap, looking at the whole industry, and particularly on fall of ground related fatalities. And I adopted this concept of breakthroughs, and I defined breakthroughs as those moments in time where, in terms of our performance, we have reduced our fatalities or our safety by 50% or more. And you can see from the graph that starting from a high of 90 in 1993, it was 3 years later that we were able to reduce that by 50%. And then 5 years later from then, by another 50% to 19. The next more than 50% reduction was, it's actually more than 3 years, sorry, my maths got me there. But another 10 years, we're able to achieve less than 63%. And we've kind of plateaued from there. The closest we've gotten recently is this 43%. And this is something that is becoming characteristic across all sectors in terms of safety performance. There's a plateauing that is happening, which in some instances I'm calling it, and I hope I just pronounce this word correctly, asymptotic. And for those who did maths, it's that slow, consistent approach of your endpoint, but you don't quite get there. And this is where we are actually in terms of safety, not only for coal, but also for the whole of the mining industry. And so I think the collaboration, the sharing of knowledge that we've seen happening has gotten us this far. That needs to continue so that we don't get repeats. And I think that I've made the point here in terms of how the whole sector is trending, and this is both serious injuries and fatalities in terms of the top and bottom graph. But the point I want to make here is that it's perhaps not fair to compare the other commodities to the coal industry. The coal industry is highly mechanized, and I think that means that it has relatively fewer people than the gold and platinum industries, that have been part of our lives for a long time. And also, a lot of the coal mining is mined from open cast mining, in addition to longwall and board and pillar. And consequently, with fewer people, and I think a relatively safer mining environment, the agencies that are attributable to these incidents will be different. So it certainly has a huge advantage compared to other sectors. And so the challenge is going to be, how do we force that graph? How do we force the actual performance on the face to be able to achieve zero harm? It's all well and good that we compare coal with other South African mining industries, but how do we compare to our international peers? But even compared to them, we're actually doing very well. And it's not only against rugby and cricket that we compare to Australia, but also mining. I think we sent our miners to Australia, if I recall. That's a joke, sorry. So looking at the fatality frequency rate, that's come at the best in class compared to the US and Australia. And I think the graph has been trending down since 2020, and I think it's something that can continue going forward. And so, how is it that we're able to achieve this performance? And I'm going to go through these slides a little bit quickly because I know I'm standing between you and lunch. But I think in the first instance, we've seen increased leadership visibility. And I'm quite privileged to actually be witness to that in terms of the CEO Zero Harm Forum of the Minerals Council, the Hour of Learning, which happens every month, and the CEO Zero Harm, which happens every quarter, where it is the CEOs who come together to talk about what has happened and how do we prevent it from happening again. It's a moment of vulnerability for those individuals, but there's open and very transparent and honest sharing of the accidents. But it's also an opportunity to share on good practices and where there's been successes. And this is something that needs to continue because it sets the tone, it communicates the intention, and it makes clear what are the expectations. The empowering of employees, I think it has been long declared that no employee shall be forced to work under unsafe conditions. It is a risk-based approach, and it needs to be and should continue. But my recent exposure to MOSH in terms of adoption of leading practices is certainly something that is a game changer, and I will speak about a little bit in the next slide. And then technology and innovation. I think what I've witnessed of technology and innovation in the mining industry, it has not been in the first instance for the replacement of people, but rather one of my favorite expressions being to enhance the human experience, to enable our employees to work better, to work safely, and to work more efficiently. And this is how we've seen technology in terms of best practice being adopted as well. And these slides will be made available to you. So I think in terms of what MOSH is about, it's a systematic, people-centered approach. And I think most importantly, the change management methodology that they propose is absolutely critical to ensure that we achieve our goals. Michael spoke about science in a social setting. He disproved the things that we believed, in that there's no science based on 10,000 steps, breakfast in the morning. But believe me, there is science in what I'm talking about in terms of safety. So don't doubt the science of what we talk about in MOSH. And it does require early and upfront engagement in order to obtain an understanding of the risks, the perceptions, the knowledge gaps, and so forth. And just a few examples which you'll be familiar with in terms of the proximity detection system, which gave birth to the collision prevention system. I think traffic management, given the extensive mechanization of the industry, is absolutely critical. There's mention in terms of, I'm using the word carefully, simple early entry examination. But I think what is important here is how that's coupled with technology to enable early entry and safe examination of the workplace. And so this is really just showing the journey that we've taken in terms of technology to get to where we saw those previous statistics. And so the imperative for safety really remains, and it needs to prevail. And we need to appreciate and understand that it is not only a compliance issue, it's a business ethics issue, and it's critically a human rights issue. And so working in a safe place for employees and for all of us preserves and promotes lives. It preserves and promotes livelihoods. And I think from Nhlanhla's talk, there's a third L I'd like to add, and that's lifestyle. Oops, sorry, I'm going backwards. What has also been emerging is the extent and the potential for which the safety performance of operations could be a third buying factor, in addition to quality and price. And then lastly, the business of coal remains an important one, and it's critical that it remains competitive. And so safe operations, and we all know our productive operations, our valuable productions, and they certainly are competitive operations. And I thought it would be worthwhile ending off, with a slide that then brings issues into perspective, that it is not having safe operations for the sake of it. Yes, it's having safe operations in order to work there. And so the South African coal mining industry, in my view, is an outstanding industry for South Africa. And it has credible and worthy societal impacts. Firstly, in terms of the value of the coal industry to the economy. 25% of total mining production, it contributes 1.5% to GDP and 7% of the value of our exports. From a social impact, I'm speaking to the converted, and certainly I've been part and parcel of delivering on the social impact of the coal business in my previous employer. And then importantly, and this is perhaps rather brave of me to stand here and talk about energy security and enabling the energy just transition from a coal perspective. Our energy supply is coal dominated. There's no denying it, and I think it's something that we should not deny. We should accept it and promote it. Because as we currently are able to have this conference, it continues to provide the light. Ensuring reliable coal supply, and interestingly, some of the investors in renewable energy are coal miners. And so the role of coal remains one that is indispensable for South Africa and the continent in ensuring that we have energy security and an industry that will enable us to be able to transition in a just way. And so in conclusion, I am firmly of the belief that zero harm is within our reach. and not only in the coal sector, but I think in the industry as a whole. We've seen the efforts of the past 15 to 20 years, and even as far back from the 30 years. And I think we have got the fitness to continue with this journey towards this next milestone of zero harm. And when we get there, we will establish what I call a new state of being and safety performance that will sustain the industry into the future. Thank you very much.
There you go. All yours. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Let's give Mzila another round of applause, our CEO of the Minerals Council. Promoting a wonderful vision and promoting good science, because science does save lives. I love that. In fact, that was something I remember clearly from a lecture I was having as a first-year med student, physics lecture, not great at physics, but one of my fellow students stood up midpoint through this lecture and said, "I'm sorry, Professor, but why do we as doctors," there's the arrogance already, we're first-year students, "why do we as doctors have to study physics?" And this professor just said, "Because physics saves lives." Carried on. Student wasn't satisfied, and he said, "I'm sorry, Professor, but how does physics save lives?" And I'll never forget that professor's answer. He said, "Physics saves lives because it keeps idiots like you out of med school." So glad I wasn't asking that question. Ladies and gentlemen, two quick things for you. We are going to break for lunch in a moment. Can I encourage you to go to SACMA's stand number 7, to pledge and to donate towards Coal for Hope. We're sitting at the moment on 141,000 Rand in pledges. Thank you very much for that. We'd love to double that or triple that at least by the end of today, and lunchtime's a great time to do that. So exhibition stand 7, SACMA, please pass on your way through there. During lunch, we're going to break until just after 2 o'clock. Also, make sure you do the survey so that you stand in line to be one of those lucky prize draws. Have a wonderful lunch. We'll see you just after 2 o'clock. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. Tjoe.
fogole ni mbugen ban bola mol gim o kin bo gima na gima kalero nga mam kin wala ko mat gima kalera den den ko de mbu anna nun joko njal
unjani nakuwe unonzozeki kudala ndifuna ukuthetha nawe nto nje ndiyoyika matate mazuva ane buthilo bukhosi azvidi watikhosi nabo bendisalatsa kudara uchinjenga ndifuna wena wedwa nganda nabo bendisalatsa kudara ndifuna wena wedwa ndichinje ndakubona ndikatibanda kuwa tinongwaruva ndiphupha ngawe ndikhwaze gama lakho ingqondo ayisebenzi ungazijashanda
Never go.
baleka mama khawuleza baleka kanti wena wena baleka mama khawuleza baleka Tutuma Hatlisa Tutuma Kasi wena boni Mama waboni na Taba Kwanda Taba Awboni na Awsabuni Wagwanele Zegubenini na Ukhala Ivumile Gokuthi uyakuthanda Oh, uqamba manga Shiya lutho Phuma kuye Sisi wami Baleka Baleka mama Khawuleza baleka kanti wena bonina baleka khawuleza baleka sisi wa mabuni tutuma hatlisa Tutuma kasi wena wuni sisi wa Taba Kwanda Taba Oh wuni Nipimbile na Luizono Kwa kona Sizathu yini Zegubenini na Ukhala Sisiwo Nanga Eqamba manga Esithu yakuthanda Mtasekhaya Vuka Vuka Baleka Baleka mama Khawuleza Baleka Kanti wena wona Tutuma Hatlisa Tutuma Kasi wena wona
Eke munyako watimiti Bari utsenwa kasele Ele makhale apateli mama Abapateli komunyaka Eke munyako watimiti Bari utsenwa kasele Ele makhale apateli Abapateli komunyaka Eke munyako watimiti utsenwa kasele mama ho ho ahele Eke munyako watimiti utsenwa kasele ya ho ho ahele Eke munyako watimiti utsenwa kasele mama ho ho ahele Eke munyako watimiti utsenwa kasele ya ho ho ahele Oh terpa terpa ya ho ho Oh terpa terpa ya ho ho Ole terpa terpa ya ho ho Ole terpa terpa ya ho ho Ola yelela Ola welela Ela welela Ela welela Wake munyako watimi welela Ebarutano kasele welela Wake munyako watimi welela Ebarutano kasele welela Ele makale apate welela Abapateli kamunyak welela Ele makale apate welela Abapateli kamunyak welela Ola ela welela Oh wela welela Ola welela Ola welela Ola welela Ola welela Ola yelela Ola yelela Bebetori banzi Caripitori banzi Lima melori banzi Naliso wetu banzi Naliso wetu banzi Naliliko banzi Karisisi banzi Emanzini banzi Kariliso tu banzi Nalimasu banzi Ekwamasu banzi Ele bai banzi Ele sisiru banzi Karita banzi Ele tuli banzi Ele masoka banzi Ele masoka banzi Ele tele banzi Ola limasiani banzi Ela Ola we Ola Ola Ela Ela Ola
in a manner that
ubudlelwane nabo ngabantu.
Diredi ugundiza nipumuya. Diredi ugundiza nipumuya. Diredi ugundiza nipumuya. Diredi ugundiza nipumuya. Ndinawamandla okundiza ndiphumoya. Ndiredi okundiza ndiphumoya. Ndiredi okundiza ndiphumoya. Ndiredi okundiza ndiphumoya. Ndinawamandla okundiza ndiphumoya. Ndiredi okundiza ndiphumoya. Phumoya.
of the court.
Panzenda nyathela umzila. Panzenda lala kwaphela. Panzenda vala umnyango. Panzenda yopha amehlo. Panzenda lahla umzamo. Kuba nothando nawo. Amanda wasinjani. Panzenda mamela yena. Xa esithanda nawo. Xa esithanda nawo.
Ladies and gentlemen, 33 seconds and counting. Beyond Vocal is going to be on stage in half a minute. If you haven't found your seat yet, you want to do that now for the last section of ColSafe 2024. I'm going to do...
Panzenda yele maweni. Panzenda ngene ndongeni. Panzenda nyathela umzila.
Ladies and gentlemen, the red slides are up, time's up, which means it's time for Beyond Vocal. A big round of applause, please, for our talented a cappella group, the 5 Men in Black. Now would be a good time to put your hands together.
Can we talk for a minute?
Come on now.
Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I wanna know. Girl, I let's go. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey,
Do you
hey,
yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah. Oh, let's go.
hey. What you won't do, you do for love. You try everything, you don't give up. What you won't do, you do for love. You try everything, you don't give up.
Let's go.
What you won't do, you do for love. You try everything, you don't give up. What you won't do, you do for love. You try everything, you don't give up. Yeah,
Louis, you ready? Let's do it.
Here we go, fellas.
1, 2, 3.
Come on, listen. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I gotta back it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I gotta back it up now. I like the way you work it, baby. No diggity. Come on, I gotta back it up. I like the way you work it, baby. Better say, hey yo, 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 hey yo. Let's go. You love me, it's special, little different, and every time you keep me on my feet, happily excited by your cologne, your hair, your smile, your intelligence. Da 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 Hey, when Africa, Hallelujah, Tamaya oi patela sabupilo, Tuha uige tete. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, when Africa, oh, yeah, Hallelujah. Tamaya oi patela sabupilo, Tuha uige tete. What's up? Tamaya oi patela sabupilo, Tuha uige tete.
What's up?
Tamaya oi patela sabupilo, Tuha uige tete.
What's up? Let's go.
Africa, oh, Africa, oh, Majaleka. Africa, 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 yeah.
What's up?
C'est faire, c'est faire vibrer, ça fait danser. Oh, Africa, c'est faire, c'est faire vibrer, ça fait danser. Oh, Africa.
What's up?
Africa, oh, yeah, yeah. Africa, 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 yeah. Africa, mama, yeah.
What's
Africa, oh yeah, mama. Africa, yeah. Africa. Welcome to over, baby. Stop some samala. Sandra, get under no move water, baby. Yo. Stimela some yo. Wamega sifu beni mama. Hele mama. Jenge kande. I'm at 2000. Does it remind you of something, the song? 2000. You know it? Watidanga kukumala. Gafana na self-raising. Kanyewa kwali strata. Gafana no mapala. What's up? Yo. Wamega sifu beni we mama. Yelele mama. Jenge kande. What's that? Let's take it back. Join us, what's up? What's up? Ya usupai supilema supatila Homo ditile silela Ya usupai supilema supatila Hadisapela karibus Hadisapela karibus etamura Hadisapela karibus Hadisapela karibus etamura Homo ditile silela Ya usupai supilema supatila Homo ditile silela Ya usupai supilema supatila Hadisapela karibus Hadisapela karibus etamura Hadisapela karibus Hadisapela karibus etamura Hadisapela karibus Hadisapela karibus etamura We're taking you back, way back in time. Let's go, boys. What's up? Louis, what's it? Again, Louis, again, let's go. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? One, two. Hippinjami Ashata Namdante. Hippinjami Amto Walomkan. One more time. Hippinjami Ashata Namdante. Hippinjami Amto Walomkan. What's up? Hippinjami Ashata Namdante. Hippinjami Amto Walomkan. What's up? Let's go. Fulindlela wema mkombozi anginizwa unyana wangu helele uyashada namsa fulindlela wema nyauza suma nomona yana wamushatile What's up? Uthini we? Unyana wami, hey ujogile. What's up? What's up? Uthini? Wasuse zospeti, uze mshadweni, yashatisa namhlanje. What's up? Uthini? Unyana wami nikogi. You guys sound amazing. You sound amazing. Fulindlela wema mkombozi Fulindlela Fulindlela wema mkombozi Fulindlela Fulindlela wema mkombozi Fulindlela Fulindlela wema mkombozi Fulindlela Yelumona awena mangobese ye unomona goba unanya unani ayoyo mangobese ye unomona goba unani What's Tati skubu, usfage ezozweni, ufaka amaspects uzobuzwa, ubumnandobula.
We love you. Thank you so much.
Let's give Beyond Vocal another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for entertaining us, lads. Very, very cool. As part of the mining industry, I'm sure you'd be well aware of the value and you'd appreciate the importance of the value of the production process. And in light of that, you've probably heard of Henry Ford's famous statement about his cars: you can have any color you want as long as it's black. Have you heard that? Any idea why he said that? Well, the Ford Motor Company produced 15 million Model T Fords between 1909 and 1927. 15 million of them. By 1913, the production process time to put the chassis together and put the cars together had been reduced from 12 hours to just 90 minutes. By 1927, when the last Model T Ford was coming off the conveyor belt, it was down to 24 seconds per car. So why black? Well, because black paint dried faster than any other paint by 3 seconds. And when you're talking 24 seconds, 3 seconds is a chunk of time. Isn't that amazing? So you can have any color car you want as long as it's black. So why isn't the Ford Motor Company still the top motor company in the world? Because Henry Ford was all efficiency and not people. He was also famous for saying, why is it that when I want a decent pair of hands, they come attached to a person? True story. We know, and if there's one theme that's come through in CoalSave 2024, and I think comes through in every conference, it's people matter. The most important resource we have are our people, and we are about to celebrate them with our awards, to recognize achievements, and we're going to do just that. In fact, Mary Kay Ash was a famous entrepreneur. She famously said, there are two things people want more than sex and money. They want praise and recognition. So, Dolly's going to come up on stage and do just that. Hand out praise and recognition, not sex and money, just in case you're wondering. So Dolly, let me tell you a bit about Dolly. She doesn't need an introduction, but she is the Coal Safe Portfolio Chairperson. She represents SACMA and the Mining Regulations Advisory Committee and the South African Mining Institute of Safety, Health and Environment. She also supports the association's media and communication team. This is her event. Won't you please give Dolly Masilela a big round of applause. Thank you, Dolly. The awards are yours. And she's going to make me wait on stage. Dolly, are you going to... Are you ready for us? You ready? Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dolly. It's been a great event so far. All yours. Oh, my word, can we try that again? Oh, sorry, guys. I really dropped the ball there. I should have gone down to help Dolly up the stairs. My apologies. Okay, let's do this again. Come on, let's do this properly. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, Dolly Masilela! Yeah, we go.
Afternoon, family. I say family for two reasons. One, the chief inspector did confirm it that we are family. And the second reason is, as much as we're family, this always feels like a family reunion, right? So it's good to come here and see all the cousins, the aunts, and some grandmas and grandpas, but we love you all. So it's such an honor and privilege to actually present the awards. So we'll be recognizing top performers for safety, occupational health, environmental management, and community development. So I'm going to start with the environmental category. The objective of the environmental management is basically to leave the environment better than we found it. So that's basically for future generations and also to ensure that our communities are not affected. Today we'll be recognizing operations who have taken environmental management to the next level. Now the specific category, it's proudly sponsored by NIX. And I'm going to call to the stage Mr. Comfort Matendra, who's the Director Sales and Mining Services for the South Region, to join me on stage. But before we do that, I'm just going to give a chance for us because all our partners are doing exceptional work. So we'd love to share what they do with everyone else. So I'm going to call on Mr. Matendra, then I'll call on the rest of the team for the awards.
Good day. This is NIX Africa. We are a subsidiary of NIX. NIX is a company that was born in Chile in 1920, so more than 100 years of history and innovation. NIX Africa is a joint venture that NIX did with Sasol, and it's operating today not only in South Africa, it's operating also in Namibia, in Lesotho, in Botswana, and in Zambia. We have as NIX 4 core values. First, and the most important, our priority is life. When we talk about life, first we're talking about safety, but also we're talking about communities, we're talking about environment. Second, our vocation is our customers, and that you can see that NIX is a very global and a centric oriented to customers. When we say that NIX is global, we also use another word. We say NIX is local. When we talk about customers and definitions and decisions, we act locally. We are a global company, but we take local decisions. Our third value, our obsession is excellence, and that's very important. And finally, the fourth value is our strength is innovation and entrepreneurship. NIX has been leading in the world robotic projects in terms of teleoperations, including artificial intelligence, in a project that we call NIX Bright, that is able to improve the quality of the fragmentation through blast processes. So what we do at NIX, we produce explosives and we provide the blasting services on the field, on the ground. That we need to be excellent in what we do. And that means operational excellence, and also to be known as the most knowledgeable company in the continent. We have production facilities. In Rustenburg, we produce what we call the Expanfo, and in Secunda, in which we produce bulk emulsion. Also in Secunda, we produce cartridge emulsions, and we assemble the Davidtronics. When we talk about CSR and communities, focus mainly in early childhood education, because we know that the foundational part of life of those kids is key for them to become someday, hopefully, professionals. Communities and these projects of education are our key projects, and is something that we do really with the heart as a company. So thank you very much, and ciao.
Ciao. Mr. Matenjwa, can you join me on stage, please? And of course, I can't do this without my president. So, Mr. Londolani Ramfumeti, kindly join us on stage. And I'd like to call on to, he did mention that we're family. And since he's the chief inspector, I'm not sure if he qualifies to be the uncle of the grandpa, but Mr. Msiza, please join me on stage. The rich uncle, they say. Or more like the strict uncle, I'd say. Okay, for this specific category, we have 3 subcategories. The first one is the ambient air quality compliance. We're also gonna recognize environmental projects. Then we're also gonna recognize compliance to Section 34 EIA regulation. I'm going to start off with the operation that performed extremely well in terms of ambient air quality, and that prize, which is the only prize for this specific category, goes to Seriti Newval.
Saleya hamba vakisha impahla zami izinto ziyahlangana khuluma nawe dama ekwasaleya hamba vakisha impahla zami izinto ziyahlangana khuluma nawe dama ekwasaleya hamba.
Well done to the new VAL team. Now we're going to move to environmental projects. Now these projects have shown improving the health and safety of not only employees, but the surrounding communities. We've got 2 winners for the specific one. The second prize goes to Universal Coal, which is for the magnetite bags recycling project. From Universal Coal. So we'll move over to the first prize, which goes to Seriti, Middleburg Mine Services, for their Middleburg Water Reclamation Project. Congratulations to the Middleburg team. And the last subcategory, it's the Section 34 EIA regulation compliance. We've got 3 winners for this specific one. The third place goes to Exaro Lopan.
Kwase kwamnandi kulo mhlaba ngicela Nkosi ungangithathisa semncane nami ngifuna ukuphuza masinyane ngizudala ngishade ngihlale naye.
The second prize now, this mining house is really taking up space in this category. Seriti Grill Colliery. For the colleagues to come on stage, I'm gonna ask the first prize winners to just prepare themselves. And of course, it goes to Exaro, Belfast Project. Team can join us on stage. I see they're ready. To all the mining operations that got their prizes for this specific one, but it's important for us to understand that for us to get to the process where we get winners, we do have an adjudication panel. So we have a total of 8 adjudicators, 2 per category. So we also like to recognize adjudicators that were involved in the process of really going through all the nomination forms and adjudicating to get us to where we are today. So for this specific one, we've got 2 adjudicators, which is Musa Mukwena, who's a regional HSE manager in the Mpumalanga region for Afrimet Mining. And can you join me on stage, please, with Matume Makwela, who's a senior policy analyst at the Minerals Council. Now we're going to move over to community development. As mining operations, it's very important that we literally grow with the communities around us. Community development goes beyond just building facilities, but of course ensuring that the different communities are resilient and can sustain themselves. So in terms of this specific one, these community projects, Mr. Matenjwa, thank you for so much. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. So for this specific one, we're going to also be recognizing projects which really played an important role and created an impact to community members. So during the adjudication process, different operations had to fill in the forms. So the importance of filling in the form accurately is that at least the adjudicators get to really see an overview and the impact that's created. We had a challenge with some of the forms that were not properly filled, and we also had a challenge probably with understanding of what the criteria is, because you would still get nominations where operations submit projects based to handing over golf t-shirts to community members. So I need the team to listen on this one. So what we really focus on is the scale of the beneficiaries, the job creation opportunities, and of course, access to key human and social needs, health, education, livelihood, and economic empowerment. So now this is for CallSafe 2025. I'm gonna call out the partner for this specific one. It's sponsored by AECI. I struggled to pronounce his name a bit earlier, so I had to just had a chat. And he said, nah, darling, you can call me Ritz. So I've already made a network. And Ritz, can you please join us on stage, please? He's the divisional executive at AECI. That's basically the work that AECI does and what they can offer to the different mining operations. So for this specific one, we also have 3 winners. I'm going to start with the third place, second, and then the first. So the third place, we have Mafube D684 Road Realignment Project. Do we have someone from Mafube? Oh yeah, we do. Okay, the second place goes to a community clinic, which was constructed by the Seriti team at Polar. So it's the Seriti Coal Polar Community Clinic. While the Seriti team gets ready, the overall winner for this one, and I'd like to welcome this mining house to the awards. That's Sasso Coal Electricity Upgrade Project. Mafube, Siriti, and Sassel Cole. And of course, we have to recognize the adjudicators. So the two adjudicators are from the Minerals Council. So we've got Alex Kumalo, who is the head of social performance. Unfortunately, he couldn't join us today to other engagements, but we do have Mr. Herbert Mudupi, who's the regional manager at the Minerals Council. Thank you so much, Mr. Mudupi, and thank you, Ritz, for the partnership as well. We're going to move over now to occupational health. So I believe we're now aware that we've divided the two awards, the category. We're going to have awards for open cast and then for the underground operations. And we further divided it into two parts, which is the noise exposure, as well as the dust exposure. What is considered about the leading and the lagging indicators for noise and dust? So it's very important that we're fair enough to divide the operations because of the different methodologies and, of course, the ventilation systems in place. For this one, we partnered with Siriti. So I'm going to call Mr. Raymond Mahota, who is the Chief Operating Officer, to join us on stage, please. So I'm going to start with, sorry. Beautiful video and beautiful work done by the Siriti team. So for this specific one, I'm going to start with the most improved in dust exposure. So this does include crystalline silica. We'll start with the underground operation, and the most improved goes to Godewop Colliery. To open cast operations, which is the most improved as well in terms of dust, including crystalline silica, and the winner is Exaro Luapa 9.
Solo le pile Uneni saba wela kyoze fike la kusasa. Angeke bayivale yonke iminyango. Nama yangibiza ama-thousand. Asambe. Asihlaseleni solwela impilo emnandi. Uneni saba wela kyoze fike la kusasa. Angeke bayivale yonke iminyango. Nama yangibiza ama-thousand. Asihlaseleni solwela impilo emnandi. Uneni saba wela kyoze fike la kusasa. Angeke bayivale yonke iminyango. Nama yangibiza ama-thousand. Nama yangibiza ama-thousand. Nama yangibiza ama-thousand. Nama yangibiza ama-thousand.
Now we're going to move over to the most improved in noise exposure. We'll start with underground, and the award goes to Kuthala Mine.
Lento ngayifunda kuwe isibhlungu masengiyenza kuwe iskelem ngasifunda kuwe.
Well done to the Kuthala team. We'll move over to the open cast operations. The operation that improved the most when it comes to noise exposure. Exaro. Belfast Mine.
Ulama masengiyenza kuwe ibhlungu masengiyenza kuwe masengiyenza kuwe.
Well done to the four operations. Keep doing the outstanding work. The adjudicators which were supporting us for this specific one, we've got two. We've got Pel Kosi, who's the past president for Sakisha and also a manager at Blue Grey. The company specializes with occupational health. And we also have Notando Moyo, who is the deputy head of health for occupational medicine at the Minerals Council. Notando couldn't join us today, but Pearl is here. Thank you, Pearl, for the support, and thank you, Mr. Makota, for the partnership. Now we're going to move over to safety. We have a couple of winners for this one, so it might take a little bit long, and it's also divided into three parts. So the first part is basically the fatality-free production shifts, and for an operation to qualify, you need to have a minimum of 10,000 shifts. The second part is the lost time injury frequency rate. So that we're looking at 0 LTIs. These are operations that for the year of 2023, there were no LTIs. And the third part is basically the fatality-free businesses with 10,000 or more employees. So this does include our business partners / contractors. So we'll start with the fatality-free production shifts for the year of 2023. And this specific one, we partnered with JAE. So I'm going to ask Mr. Matemba Mahange, who is the CEO at JAE, to join us on stage, please.
Welcome to the world of JA Engineering, where innovation meets excellence. Founded in 1987 by the visionary South African entrepreneur Jerry Alexander, JA Engineering has been a trailblazer in the mining equipment industry for nearly 4 decades. With almost 300 dedicated employees, including more than 25 engineers, JAE continues to lead the charge in mining technology. Our headquarters, situated at 60 Atlas Road, Boksburg, spans over 20,000 square meters under roof, equivalent to 4.5 soccer fields. This facility serves as the epicenter of our operations, showcasing our dedication to innovation and efficiency. Extending our reach, we have a service center in Middelburg, Mpumalanga, and a branch in Vryheid, KwaZulu-Natal, ensuring accessibility across South Africa. Additionally, we have a branch in Rockhampton, Australia, and an agent in India, allowing us to expand our global footprint. JAE is a OEM for underground soft rock with over 80% local content. JAE offers a full suite of equipment that includes manufacturing continuous miners, shuttle cars, feeder breakers, battery scoops, and roof bolters. In addition, JAE refurbishes components for surface mining equipment to OEM standards. These include wheel motors, surface drill, and dragline components. At JAE, we invest in cutting-edge technology, including state-of-the-art 5-axis CNC machines and horizontal boring mills, ensuring the highest standards of quality and precision. From humble beginnings to global recognition, JAE remains committed to excellence. Join us as we continue to innovate, inspire, and shape the future of industry.
A beautiful video from JAE and the outstanding work that the company does. I'm going to start with the fatality-free production shift. So we've got new entrances. I'm going to start with Overlooked Group Katlego Operations, Dorensfontein West, and they obtained 10,066 shifts. The next operation to get ready with shifts of 10,673, and that's Tungela Greenside Colliery.
Avuti ghostis fela bahle Sopa sestagi wangeke nisikhuze Athi be Hennessy's pool Be Cameroon shoe Osi Durban nihlanga niqhu Sestagi wangeke nisikhuze Athi be Hennessy's pool Be Cameroon shoe Osi Durban nihlanga niqhu.
I'm going to ask the next operation to get ready. Also a new entry. And yeah, I'm beaming with pride for this specific one because I'm a 261 at this operation. And it's a groot mine, you know. I'll give you context because we have over 9,000 employees. This includes our business partners / contractors. And we are now approaching 12 years fatality-free. So it's basically a huge milestone for the team. So it warms my heart to literally welcome the team to the 10,000 gang. So I'm going to ask the representatives from Grootegeluk to be ready for the award, please.
Avuti ghostis fela bahle Sopa sestagi wangeke nisikhuze Athi be Hennessy's pool Be Cameroon shoe Osi Durban nihlanga niqhu Sestagi wangeke nisikhuze Athi be Hennessy's pool Be Cameroon shoe Osi Durban nihlanga niqhu.
Sure. Satu yang kuzu koko hamba neyibhoko ngenachelete bateka amadolo stoko sipitha bempanda nepondo sifuna ichankura saxaka nesonto sibanda neboda sifikile igora esama isukile wakekho ngasikhona boza okhuluma udaka siyabhova thathela imini nombhali siyabshova.
The next operation with 11,119 shifts is Wonderfontein Colliery.
Engayithola owasefili ukhamba umakhuzu nakanjani awufili ukhamba umakhuzu nakanjani
dala tuksin usela nenkinga obhadala isikweletu uyakolotisa umakhelwane akhali uyamsokolisa sekumele ngizothula zokupapatisa manje mina ngandimanya kolekisa kuthi manje
I'm going to ask the next operation to get ready with 12,802 shifts, and that is Tungela Isibonelo Colliery.
Ay, yeah, una malini Almorumba y que la lima se le hizo combinando un malero.
Oh, the team is here. Awesome. Well done, Calvin. The next operation with 12,860 shifts is Katlego Cole, Doris Fontaine East. Can we have the next operation to get ready? And this operation obtained 13,095 fatality-free production shifts, and that's Tungela Kwezela Colliery. Hello, Neo. I'm well. How are you? The next operation with 13,712 fatality-free production shift is Mafube Coal Mine. To the next operation, can they also get ready? It's Glencore, Goedke Fund and Surface with 16,881. Moving along with 17,543 fatality-free production shift is Overlooked Alpha Halfgevonden Colliery.
I'll
join us on stage with 18,339 shifts. That's Glencore, Goed Gevonden, Opencast.
Sithi iminwe minwana lemini iphezulu your lady your girlfriend your fro that's my bestie here iminwe minwana lemini your lady your girlfriend your fro
namhla senza umlalo hita ikhaya umlalo usuku olukhulu uNkulunkulu dos nayidos abashisi basela ngomdala la ikhaya isigubhu siyathunga umkhathi iflow ikusho.
Can we have the Seriti team as well with 18,392 fatality-free production shifts? That's New Val Colliery.
Baba velelwa ingozi la baba velelwa ingozi wasuka sukela ingozi dos unamba bafuthi ingozi la baba velelwa ingozi la baba velelwa ingozi
namhlanje umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando thina namhlanje senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando yeah namhlanje senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando namhlanje senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando lolu suku olukhulu senza umlando.
Now this operation that's gonna join us up next got 18,860 fatality-free production shifts, and that's Exaro, Matla Coal Mine 1. Up next, we have an operation with 18,930 shifts, and that is Katejo Coal for Zando South.
Slow sithule sibhekile angeke nowiki 7 days ngeviki sajikile vile umthudu John Wick akuthama ngaviki ngeke babuye noma bengenza bebaningi Slow sithule sibhekile angeke nowiki 7 days ngeviki sajikile vile umthudu John Wick akuthama ngaviki.
Up next, we have an operation. I think I'm sorted now. So the next operation with 21,084 shifts, that's Msobo, Zelenti's Colliery. Since they're a little bit far, I'll call the next operation with 21,524 shifts, and that is Glencore, Impunzi Surface Operations.
Slow sithule sibhekile angeke nowiki 7 days ngeviki sajikile vile umthudu John Wick akuthama ngaviki ngeke babuye noma bengenza bebaningi siloku sithule sibhekile angeke nowiki 7 days ngeviki.
Moving on to the next operation with 24,292 fatality-free production shifts. It's Exaro, Matla Coal, Plant, Central Engineering Workshops, and Central Others.
Sasa amanye amandla mabelela mngane wami sokuphumelela ngizwa ngami endongethu sinikiwe.
The next open cast operation to get an award with 24,577 shifts is Sariti Grill Colliery Open Cast. We're gonna move to an operation with 25,679 shifts, and that is Overlooked Colliery for Zando North.
Jiggy jiggy bang, tolo wami, wenjola wami. Mga melu yustagwa, alenzo bangana matala, ama kiss nama kozavana, feles kole gulolo taba. Shivirim shiviram shiviriram she, iveli kubu, pusi yanga pay. So batelelo mga me, yo yo. Ole bala, atwe bale yang, mountain go tolo wami, bale gala.
Thank you for the free show. We didn't have to pay for that one. But yeah, moving along, we're going to go to an operation with 28,458 fatality-free production shifts, and that is SASOL, Operational Services and Integrated Mobile Assets. Okay, we're gonna move along now. And I think this operation, Dr. Nombasa did mention that since the inception of the operation, they haven't had any fatality, and that is Exaro, Luopan Colliery with 31,716 fatality-free production shifts.
isibhedlela esinjani uya ngokuthi ungubani uhamba izindawo ezinjani uphila nabantu abanjani uphethe isibhedlela esinjani.
Well done to the Luopan team for keeping the operation safe. Now, the last two operations, they've been in this category as winners ever since I've known Call Safe. We have NBC Colliery with 45,044 fatality-free production shifts.
Ngangithanda intenhle amandla enganginawo ngifisa ukuthi umuntu wami ephelise indlisa naye nayena ngangithanda intenhle amandla enganginawo nje ngifisa ukuthi umuntu wami ephelise indlisa naye nayena.
Specific operation is the one that's leading the pack with 46,025 fatality for production shift, and that is grill, colliery, surface, and plant.
Sisi wangisenza hamba he hangafi sendleleni bangithumi buya ne ngusisi wangisenza ekhaya basangene ekhaya basangene ekhaya basangene ekhaya basangene imutele ekhaya basangene
Well done to the grill team. Now, because they've performed so well, we just felt that they can't just get a trophy, because they're literally leading the pack. So we had to arrange something for the colleagues. We had to arrange something in addition to the big trophy that they are getting. So we reached out to one of our partners who's been supporting us for the past years. That's Warren Beach from the legal liability firm, Beach Feldman, to say, you know what, we want to recognize. I'm going to ask the team to please stay there. Excuse me, the winning team, I just want you to listen what you also got in addition to the trophy. So we reach out to the law firm, which is the Beach Feldman team, to Warren Beach, to say we really want to recognize the outstanding work that you guys are doing. And we were asked what we'd like to give you. So my suggestion was, we can give them a 2-hour session, a Q&A, with Warren Beach himself on legal liability awareness training. So now this will be at your operation at a time convenient to the team, and Warren Beach will will travel to the operation to share and engage with the team. But he couldn't be here today. But of course, we've got the esteemed director who's a prominent part of the team, and that is Mr. Stephen Ntite. So I'm going to ask you guys to please come back on stage, and Mr. Ntite to please join us for this specific one. So we do have a certificate voucher that you guys can use to claim the prize. I see Raymond has it. So I'm going to ask him to give it to Mr. Ntite to hand it over to the team, please.
Asitaseleni impilo emnandi unini sabawela kuyozifikela kusasa angeke bayibhale yonke iminyango ayi mama yangibiza amatawu
Well done to the grill team, and thank you to Mr. Ntite for the ongoing support. Now we're going to move over to the lost time injury frequency rate. We've got a total of 12 operations who managed to work safely with no LTIs in 2023. So for this specific one, the objective is also to include the small-scale mines. So as part of the association, we really want to be inclusive, include small, medium, and large operations, because you might not qualify to nominate yourselves for the fatality-free production shifts by virtue of the size and also the years in operation. So this specific one allows all the mines to take part and be recognized. Like I said, we have 12 operations, and the first one to get this one with 0 LTIs for the year 2023 is Exaro, Belfast Coal. Up next, we have Overlooked Colliery. Do we have Overlooked Colliery? Can we ask Pegasus Colliery to get ready and join the stage just after the Overlooked team has taken the award? Do we have a representative from Pegasus? Awesome. Then we'll move over to the fourth recipient. That is African Exploration, Mining and Finance. That's Vlakfontein Colliery. Up next, I'm going to ask the SASO Operational Services and Integrated Mobile Assets to join us on stage as well after this team. Do we have anyone from SASO? Anybody from SASO? Oh, they are. Operations, Felter Frieden Colliery, Celentis Colliery, and this specific one, I think we've seen them walk away with an award in the environmental category. We've also seen them get an award in occupational health, and now also they're going to get an award for 0 LTIs, and that is Exaro, Luoban Colliery. the team. Now we're gonna move over to Mbuyelo Cole, Manungu Colliery. Can they be followed by Overlooked Group, Katlego Operations, Dorisfontein West?
Something that you might. Oh, one, you're looking good, looking too good. Yeah. Two, I'd make every man in here praise you if I could.
The last two recipients for the specific one, we have Overlooked Group, Swelopele Operations for Sando North, and can they be followed by Zibulo Colliery? Operations, and now we're going to move to the fatality-free businesses with 10,000 or more employees. Like I said, this does include the entire operation, including the business partners / the contractors. We've got 4 recipients for this one, and this is specifically for 2023. So the first recipient to get this one is the team I proudly play for, Exaro Resources.
Chibobo. Peace.
Recipient is Glencore. Do we have a Glencore representative for this one? next we have Mbuyelo. I saw a lot of Mbuyelo colleagues here, so there has to be someone. And the last recipient for the awards, closing off the awards ceremony, that is Seriti. Safety winners, but of course we have to recognize the adjudicators here. And I'm happy that both of them are here. We've got Zama Zikali, who's a Chief Safety Officer at Tungela. And can we have Umpati Undoda Xolile Soya, who's the Inspector of Mines at the DMRE. For the ongoing support. And of course, thank you to Mr. Matimba Mahange for the partnership. We really appreciate the support. Thank you to the President for joining us on stage. Of course, our uncle, the strict uncle, Mr. David Msiza. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm done with the ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dolly. And we didn't give Dolly a round of applause. Let's congratulate her for a job well done. Thank you for celebrating safety in our midst. As promised, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lucky draw to do in just a moment. Just before I do that, to let you know that we currently just under 400,000 Rand committed to Call for Hope. Thank you very, very much. That deserves a round of applause. Let's see if we can get that over 500,000 before the end of the conference. Back to the lucky prize draw. There are two prizes we're going to be giving away. The first of those is courtesy of Komatsu. I'm going to ask Simon Andrews, the director at Komatsu, to come on stage and hand over this lucky draw. It is for a coffee machine valued at $15,000. I'm sure it makes way more than 6 cups of coffee a day, at least. And I hope you're going to be the lucky winner of that. So Simon, thank you so much as he comes up on stage. Really appreciate that. We are going to put a spinning wheel up on the screen, and then we're going to spin that wheel. Oh, there it is. When we say, in fact, Simon, you can kind of give us the sort of the drop the hand, and as soon as you drop the hand, we'll spin the wheel, and where it stops, there are 800 names on that spinning wheel. Just by being here and by registering, you qualify. All right? So this could be you, one of 800. The odds, well, you know, it looks a bit like a ballot paper for voting on the 29th of May because there's so many independent candidates. But let's see. Mr. DJ, won't you spin the wheel of fortune? Let's see who walks over that coffee machine. Here goes. And stop. All right, Owen Gwande, you need to be in the room, in the house to get this prize. Is Owen still here? Man, if he's going to kick himself. Owen, I'm going to give you 3 seconds. Going once, going twice. Owen, you're going to have to make tea for the next 6 months at least, because coffee is not going to be your thing. No, Owen? Simon, let's spin it again. Shall we go, Mr. DJ? Let's go one more time. Sorry, Owen. And drops his hand. All right. Henk Lodewijks. Come on, Henk, tell me you're here. Oh, we see a hand up somewhere. There's waving, there's pointing. We do. Henk is here. It's going to take him about 10 minutes to get to the stage, but we'll wait for Henk.
Tota mabondola One ba tota maboridola Dangwe ba tota maboridola Ito tota manoreskima Buchilaba usabuti vini
Are you going to leave your coffee machine, Henk, or you're going to try and maybe come and get that after the conference? Let's give him a round of applause. That's fantastic. And I see it comes with coffee too, Hank, so well done. You're going to be getting down the stairs. Be careful. All right, guys. Well done, Hank. Thank you so much. Simon from Komatsu, that's a wonderful gift. And safe. Hey? Sure. Thank you so much, Hank. If we'd had him in slow motion, he actually would have stopped coming up. So just the other prize draw we have to give away today is a Take-A-Lot voucher. Mr. President Londolani, won't you please come on the stage? This is courtesy of SACMA to hand over that award. I think we have the names up on the screen. Maybe not yet, as our DJ madly adds the database. You qualify for this particular lucky draw if you did the survey. If you haven't done the survey, a bit too late to be part of the draw, but we'd still appreciate your feedback on the content of the program, how you enjoyed ColSafe 2024. This for a Take-A-Lot voucher. I see the names are up on the screen. Take-A-Lot's in trouble, man, with Amazon South Africa launching on Tuesday. Talk about competition. In fact, my wife didn't order from Take-A-Lot yesterday, and the courier knocked on our door just to see if we were okay. It's like one of those. All right, this for a Take-A-Lot voucher. Won't you spin the wheel, and you can raise your hand and drop it when you're ready, Mr. President. So, hands in the air. Let's spin it. Wow. Okay, that was like... Did he drop his hand? Yes, he did. Let's see. You've got to be here to get this prize. And it is... Tace Botma. Tace is here. Congratulations, Tace. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very, very much. Tace. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate that. By the way, if you're planning on ordering a watch from Take-A-Lot, just a warning. My friend the other day ordered a watch because you could swim with it. Realized only when he got the watch, you had to be able to swim first before actually getting the watch. So just in case you know, I don't know where that came from. I'm so sorry. Charles Plum was a U.S. Navy pilot. Flew 67 missions before his plane was shot down. This was during the Vietnam War. Ended up in a concentration camp for 6 years, survived, got back to the States, and goes around the world now telling about his experiences and telling his story. The other day, he's sitting in a restaurant with his wife, and a young man walks in and says, "You're Charles Plum." And he looks at this young man and says, "I am. How do you know?" He says, "I packed your parachute." And Charles Plum said for a moment he was just speechless. And he said to him, well, clearly it worked and you saved my life. But what struck Lieutenant Plum was the fact that this sailor was in the bowels of the ship folding parachutes, and the jet fighters, the pilots, wouldn't even give them the time of day, didn't even know their names, didn't even say thank you. And now he's changed his message around the world to simply this, asking people, who packs your parachute? Who looks after you, and have you said thank you recently and lately? So we're going to close our conference today. George Hutting, the Vice Chairman or Vice President of SACMA, to do the thank yous and to say thank you to those parachute packers amongst us. So George, why don't you give him a big round of applause? Thank you for closing off the conference for us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow coal industry professionals, as we conclude the Coal Safety Conference, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your participation, expertise, and dedication to prioritizing safety in our industry. Your presence and contributions have made a significant impact on our collective efforts to prevent accidents, protect lives, and promote a culture of safety in our mines and communities. To our speakers and presenters, your insights and experiences have been invaluable, shedding light on best practices, new technologies, and innovative approaches to coal safety. Your passion for safety is inspiring, and we are grateful for the knowledge and expertise that you have shared. Special recognition to all the committee members, the adjudication panel, service providers, exhibitors, and sponsors for your inputs, commitment, and support towards the success of this event. To our organizers and support staff, special mentioning here to Dolly Masalela. Your tireless efforts have ensured the success of this conference. Your commitment to safety is evident in every aspect of this event, and we appreciate your hard work. And to each of you, our delegates, your engagement and enthusiasm have made this conference a productive and meaningful experience. Let us continue to work together to prioritize safety, protect our workers, and promote a sustainable future for our industry. In the operations, we have a saying, safety is like sweeping water uphill, signifying that safety is an ongoing and challenging task that requires constant effort and attention. Just as sweeping water uphill is a difficult and never-ending process, ensuring safety in the workplace or in any context requires continuous vigilance and effort to prevent accidents and incidents from occurring. This analogy highlights the importance of proactive and sustained efforts in maintaining safety rather than assuming that safety is a one-time achievement. It also acknowledges that safety is a dynamic and constantly evolving challenge, much like the constant flow of water that needs to be swept uphill. Nonetheless, all these challenges, as a collective, we should never let go of our strive to achieve zero harm within our operations. Thank you all again, and let us go forward with renewed energy and commitment towards safety in our industry. To conclude, I would like to leave you with the following wise words from Mdu Matwentwa, and I quote, "I safely clock in, I safely clock out, because safety is all about me," unquote. I thank you.
Thank you so much, George. Oh. So close. George, thank you very, very much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, CoalSafe 2024 comes to an end. Thank you for being an amazing audience. I was just sharing with Dolly how respectful you've been as speakers have spoken. Thank you for your silence. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presence here today. As you leave, please drive safely. We know that a man is knocked down every 7 minutes in Johannesburg. We don't know what his name is or where he lives or why he keeps getting knocked down, but please don't be the one to knock him down. It's been a treat being with you. Until next year, goodbye, God bless, and be safe. This is Beyond Vocal.
Ngikuthandile Thandwersa ngenhliziyo yami yonke ngisho uthandwe nginalo soze luphele ngikuthandile Thandwersa ngenhliziyo yami yonke ngisho uthandwe nginalo soze luphele. 1, 2 ingabuphi wesithandwa sami kuyabanda bekhaya uzobuya nini yakodola ingabuphi wesithandwa sami kuyabanda bekhaya uzobuya nini yakodola thatha umphefumulo wami thulisile ebusuku nemini ndiphupha ngawe thatha umphefumulo wami thulisile ebusuku nemini ndiphupha ngawe ingabuphi wesithandwa sami ngiyazilele zomthola zandixakekile ndimfumene ubani lo ndithetha ngaye kuwe sandwa sam soze ndikubonge wendali wami soze ndikushiye ndiyathanda ubani lo ndithetha ngaye kuwe sandwa sam awungithi nguwe sandwa sam nguwe sandwa sam nguwe sandwa sam nguwe sandwa sam bani lo ndithetha ngaye nguwe sandwa sam awungithi nguwe sandwa sam nguwe sandwa sam nguwe sandwa sam nguwe sandwa sam bani lo ndithetha ngaye nguwe sandwa sam. Yeah. It's time to dance in here. Sonwabile siyathandana abazamile sohlukanisa bodluleka abaphansi bavumile ukuba sifanelene thina sobabele ay masikunye siyajabula jabula sonwabile siyathandana bazamile sohlukanisa bodluleka abaphansi bavumile ukuba sifanelene thina sobabele ay masikunye siyajabula jabula masibe happy mutwa masibe happy sibe munye masibe happy mutwa masibe happy sibe munye masibe happy mutwa masibe happy sibe munye da 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 Get away, get away, get away. It's all I wanna do. A little getaway with you. Oh baby, oh baby. Get away, get away, get away. It's all I wanna do. A little getaway with you. Oh baby, oh baby. Oh my man, oh my man, oh my man. Love it, want me, love it, want me. Beluki, want me, Santa Sound. See her man, see her man. Oh my sihambe kukho konke sidlule kukho izimvunguvungu zavela kodwa uthando lwabekezela aluzange lawela kukho konke sidlule kukho izimvunguvungu zavela kodwa uthando lwabekezela aluzange lawela 1, 2, 3 so there's this season so there's this season mina nawe satalela what's up so there's this season so there's this season mina nawe satalela how yeah how you tanda lunje yeah how you tanda lunje yeah how yeah how you tanda lunje yeah how you tanda lunje yeah 1, 2, 3 so there's this season so there's this season mina nawe satalela so there's this season so there's this season mina nawe satalela find my way to you yeah I found my way to you find my way to you I found my way to you wait up appreciate 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 wait up yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, go sing.